I believe you. All right, so we finished chapter 3 last time, which means obviously start. No, wait, it was chapter 5. We're now chapter 6. Reading Roman numerals is hard. All right, we're at chapter 6, and the chapter is called Imposters. It starts out in White London this time. So I guess we're taking a break from the preparations in Red London for the tournament. And take ourselves back to Holland. Holland knew the stories by heart. He'd grown up with them. Stories of a bad king, a mad king, a curse, of a good king, a strong king, a savior. Stories of why the magic went away, of who would bring it back. And every time a new ruler is thrown with blood and the dregs of power in their veins, the people would say, now the magic will come back. Now the world will wake. Now it will get better. Now we will get stronger. The stories ran in the veins of every Londoner. Even when the people grew thin and pale. Even when they began to rot inside and out. Even when they had no food, no strength, no power. The stories survived. And when Holland was young, he believed them too. Even believed when his eye went black that he might be the hero, the good king, the strong king, the savior. But on his knees before Aethys Dane, Holland had seen the stories for what they were. Desperate tales for starving souls. And yet, now he stood in the square at the heart of the city, with his name on every tongue and a god's power running in his veins. Everywhere he stepped, the frost withdrew. Everything he touched regained its color. All around him, the city was thawing. The day the surge unfroze, the people went mad. Holland had led uprisings, had witnessed riots, but never in his life had he seen celebration. Of course, there was tension. The people had starved too long, survived only on violence and greed. He couldn't blame them, but they would learn, would see. Hope, faith, change. These were fragile things, and they had to be tended. Kot, they called out, king, while the voice in his head, that constant companion, hummed with pleasure. The day was bright, the air alive, and the people crowded to see Holland's latest feat, held at bay by the Iron Guard. Oika stood beside him, her hair on fire in the sun, a knife in hand. King, king, king. It was called the Blood Square, where they stood, an execution site. The stones beneath his boots, stained black and streaked with desperate fingers, had scrounged at the spilled life in case it held a taste of magic. 8 years ago, the Danes had dragged him from a fast death here and granted him a slow one. The Blood Square. It was time to give the name another meaning. Holland held out his hands, and Oika brought the blade to rest against his palms. The crowd quieted in anticipation. My king, said Oika, her yellow eye asking for permission. So many times the hand had been his, but not the will. This time, the hand was his servant's, but the will his own. Holland nodded, and the blade bit down. Blood welled and spilled to the ruined stones, and where it struck, it broke the surface of the world, like a stone cast in a pool. The ground rippled, and behind his eyes, Holland saw the square reborn, clean and whole. As the ripples spread, they swallowed the stains, mended the cracks, turned the broken pavers to polished marble, the abandoned basin of a well to a fountain, the fallen columns to vaulting archways. "We can do more," said the god in his head. And before Holland could sort the Oshok's thoughts from his own, the magic was spreading. The archways of the blood square rippled and reformed, melting from stone into water before hardening to glass. Beyond them, the streets shuddered and the ground beneath the crowd's feet dissolved from rock into rich, dark soil. The people fell to their knees, sinking to the loamy earth and digging their fingers in up to the wrists. "Enough, Oseron," thought Holland. He closed his bloody hands, but the ripples went on. The shells of ruined buildings collapsing into sand, the fountain overflowing, not with water, but with amber-colored wine. The pillars morphed into apple trees, their trunks still marbled stone, and Holland's chest began to ache, his heart pounding as the magic poured like blood from his veins, each beat forcing more power into the world. "Enough!" The ripples died. The world felt still. The magic tapered off, and the square, a shimmering monstrosity of elements, the edges, a wavering shore. The people were caked with earth and wet from the fountain's rain, their faces bright, their eyes wide, not with hunger, but with awe. "King, king, king," they all called, while in his head, Oseron's own word echoed, "More, more, more." Okay, that was a short part. We're already at part 2. I guess we're going back to Red London. That was quick. But damn. All right. Back at the Wandering Road, the crowd had thinned, but the wolf hound was still sprawled in the exact same position by fire. Lila couldn't help but wonder if it was alive. She crossed to the hearth and knelt slowly, hand hovering over the creature's chest. "I already checked," said a voice behind her. Lila looked up to see Lenos fidgeting nervously. "He's okay." Lila straightened. "Where's everybody?" Lenos cocked his head toward the corner table. "Strauss and Tav have got a game going." The men were playing Sanct, and from what she could tell, they hadn't been playing long, because neither looked that angry and both still had their weapons, and most of their clothes. Lila wasn't a fan of the game, mostly because after 4 months of watching the sailors win and lose, she felt no closer to understanding the rules well enough to play, let alone cheat. Valkyrie went out. Lenos continued as Lila ambled toward the table. Cobus went to bed. "And Alucard?" she asked, trying to keep her tone flat with disinterest. She took up Strauss's drink and downed it, ignoring the first mate's muttered protests. Strauss threw down a card with a hooded figure, holding 2 chalices. "Too late," he said to her, keeping his eyes on the table and the cards. "Captain said he was retiring." "Awfully early," mused Lila. Taft chuckled and mumbled something, but she couldn't decipher it. He was from somewhere at the edge of the Empire, and the more he drank, the less intelligible his accent became. And since Lila's default when she didn't understand something was to keep her mouth shut, she simply walked away. After a few steps, she stopped and turned back to Lenos, drawing the palm fire from her coat. The light was already fading, and she hadn't thought to ask if there was a way to restore it, or if it was a one-time use kind of charm, which seemed wasteful. "Here," she said, tossing Lenos the orb. What's this for? He asked, surprised. Keeps the shadows at bay, she said, heading for the stairs. Lenos stood there, staring down at the orb, perplexed by either the sphere itself or the fact that the sorrows had just given him a gift. Why had she given it to him? Getting soft, a voice grumbled in her head. Not Kel's or Baron's, no. This voice was all hers. As Lila climbed the stairs, she produced a narrow bottle of wine she'd nicked from the inn or the market. She knew better than to steal from boarded tents, but from Alucard's own stash aboard the Spire. The captain's room sat across from hers, the doors facing like duelers, which seemed fitting. But when she reached the doors, she paused between them, presented with the question of which she'd come for, and which she planned to open. Lila hovered there in the hall. She wasn't sure why she was drawn to his room more than hers. Perhaps because she was restless, being back in the city for the first time, a place at once strange and familiar. Perhaps because she wanted to slip back into the comfort of English. Perhaps because she wanted to learn more about the tournament and Alucard's participation. Or perhaps out of simple habit. This was how they spent most nights at sea, after all. A bottle of wine and a magical fire, each trying to pry secrets from the other without giving up any of their own. Had Lila become so accustomed to the dance that she actually missed it? Hang this, she thought. What a waste of life, to stand around and think so much on every little thing. But did it matter why she wanted to see the captain? She simply did. And so, casting motive aside, she reached out to knock, only to stop when she heard footsteps from within, coming briskly toward the door. Her thief's sense twitched, and her body moved before her mind, boots silently retreating one stride, then two, before sliding smoothly behind the corner in the hallway's nearest bend. She had no reason to hide, but she'd been doing it so long, the gesture came naturally. Besides, hiding was simply seeing without being seen. And that gave her the upper hand. Nothing to be lost by it, and often something to be gained. An instant later, the door swung open, and Alucard Emery stepped into the hall. The first thing she noticed was his silence. Captain of the Night Spire normally made a certain amount of noise. His jewelry jangled and his weapons clanked. His steel-heeled boots announced every step. And when his attire was quiet, Alucard himself usually hummed. Lila had mentioned it once, and he simply said he'd never been a fan of quiet. She thought him incapable of it. But as he made his way down the hall, his steps marked only by the gentle creak of the floorboards, she realized that before, he'd always meant to be loud. Another aspect of the role he was playing, now cast aside, replaced by what? He was fully dressed, but not in his usual clothes. Alucard had always favored fine, flashy things, but now he looked less like a pirate captain and more like an elegant shadow. 1 second. Okay. He tarted the blue coat he'd worn ashore for a charcoal half-cloak, a simple silver scarf at his throat. He wore no obvious weapons, and the sapphire was gone from his brow, along with all the rings from his fingers save one, the thick silver band shaped like a feather. His brassy brown hair was combed back beneath a black cap, and Lila's first thought was that, pared down, he looked younger, almost boyish. But where was he going? And why was he going in disguise? Lila trailed him down the stairs of the inn and came out into the night, close enough to track and far enough away to avoid notice. She might have spent the last 4 months as a privateer, but she had spent years as a shadow. She knew how to blend into the dark, how to tail a mark, how to breathe and move with the current of the night instead of against it, and Alucard's steps might have been light, but hers were silent. She'd expected him to lead for the market, overflowing with people, or the web of streets that traced lines of light away from the river. Instead, he hugged its banks, following the red glow of the Isle and the main concourse past the palace to a bridge on the far side. It was made of pale stone and accented with copper railings and copper pillars, and sculpted copper canopies. The whole thing formed a kind of shining tunnel. Lila hesitated at its base. The entire length of the bridge beneath the canopies was well lit, the metal reflecting and magnifying the light. And though people were strewn along it, mostly in pairs and groups, collars turned up against the cold. Few actually seemed to be making their way across to the opposite bank. Blending in would be nearly impossible. A few merchants set up stalls beneath the lanterns, haloed by mist and candlelight, and Lila hung back to see if Alucard was heading for one of those. But he made his way briskly across, eyes ahead, and Lila was forced to either follow or to be left behind. She set off after him, fighting to keep her pace leisurely, ignoring the glittering stalls and the patterned metal ceiling, but not so pointedly as to give away her purpose. It was a wasted effort in the end. Alucard never once looked back. Walking beneath the copper canopies, she saw that they were dappled to look like trees, starlight shining through the leaves, and Lila thought once more what a strange world she'd stumbled into, and how glad she was to be here. Alucard crossed the entire length of the bridge and descended a grand set of stairs to the southern banks of the Isle. Lila had only been on this side once, when she and Kel took Rye to the sanctuary, and she'd never given much thought to what else lined this other, darker half of the city. Shops and taverns, she would have guessed. Perhaps a shadier version of the northern bank. She would have been wrong. This half of London was quiet by comparison. The sanctuary rose solemnly from a bend in the river, and beyond the boundary of bankside, shops and inns, the city gave way to gardens and orchards. And beyond these, the manor homes. Lila's old stomping grounds in Mayfair and Regent Park paled in comparison to this London's southern bank. Elegant carriages pulled by magnificent steeds dotted street after street of grand estates, high-walled and furnished with marble and glass and gleaming metal. The evening mist itself seemed to glitter with wealth. Ahead, Alucard had quickened his pace, and Lila picked hers up to match. Far fewer people were on these streets, which made tailing him a good deal harder, but his attention was fixed on the road ahead. As far as Lila could tell, there was nothing to see here, no deals to do, no trouble to get into. Nothing but houses, half the windows dark. Finally, Alucard turned off the road, stepping through an intricate gate and into a courtyard lined with shrubbery and bordered by trees, their branches winter bare. When Lila caught up, she saw that the curling metalwork of the gate formed an ornate E, and she looked inside and caught her breath. The floor of the courtyard was a mosaic of glittering blue and silver stone. She hovered in the shadow of the gate as Alucard made his way up the walk, and watched as, halfway to the door, he paused to collect himself. He dragged his cap from his head and shoved it into his satchel on his shoulder, tousled his hair, flexed his hands, muttered something she couldn't hear, and then picked up again, his stride calm and confident as he hopped up a short set of steps and then rang a bell. A moment later, one of the two front doors swung open, and the steward appeared. On seeing Alucard, he bowed. "Lord Emery," he said, stepping aside. "Welcome home." Lila stared in disbelief. Alucard wasn't visiting the master of the house. He was the master of the house. Before he could step inside, a girl appeared in the doorway, squealed with delight, and threw her arms around his neck. "Look!" she cried, as he swung her into the air. The girl couldn't be more than 12 or 13, and she had his wavy brown curls and dark eyes. "Anissa," he broke into a smile Lila had never seen before, not on him. It wasn't the proud grin of a captain or the mischievous smirk of a rake, but the absolute adoration of an older brother. She'd never had any siblings, so she didn't understand the look, but she recognized the simple, blind love, and it twisted something in her. And then, as suddenly as the girl had launched herself forward, she pulled away, affecting the mock frown Lila had seen on Alucard's own mouth so many times. "Where's Issa?" demanded the girl, and Lila tensed. Not the question itself, but the fact she'd asked it in English. No one spoke that tongue in Red London, not unless they were trying to impress the royalty, or they were royalty. Alucard chuckled. "Of course," he said, crossing the threshold. 3 years away from home, and your first question is about the cat." They disappeared inside, and Lila found herself staring at the front door as it closed. Alucard Emery, captain of the Night Spire, tournament magician, and Red London Royal? Did anyone know? Did everyone know? Lila knew she should be surprised, but she wasn't. She'd known from the moment she met Alucard aboard the Night Spire that he was playing a part. It was just a matter of uncovering the man behind it. Now she knew the truth, and the truth gave her a card to play. And when it came to men like Alucard Emery, any advantage was worth taking. A decorative wall circled the house, and Lila managed to hoist herself up with the help of a low branch. Perched on top, she could see through the great glass windows, many of which were unshuttered. Her silhouette blended into the tracery of trees at her back as she skirted the house. Following the glimpses of Alucard and his sister as they made their way into a grand room with tall windows and a blazing hearth, and a pair of glass doors on the far wall leading to an expansive garden. She dropped into a crouch atop the wall as a man came into view. He had Alucard's coloring, and his jaw was the same square cut, but it looked hard without Alucard's smile. The man looked older by several years. "Barras," said Alucard by way of greeting. The windows were cracked open, and a word reached Lila through the parted glass. The man, Barras, strode forward. For an instant, it looked as though he might strike Alucard, but before he could, the girl lunged in front of her brother like a shield. There's something terribly practiced about the gesture, as if she'd done it many times before. And Barras stilled his hand on midair. On one of his fingers, Lila saw a duplicate of Alucard's feather ring, before his hand fell back to his side. "Go, Anissa," he ordered. The girl hesitated, but Alucard gave her a gentle smile and a nod, and she backed out of the room. The moment they were alone, Barras snapped. "Where's Cobus?" "I pushed him overboard," said Alucard. Disgust spilled across the man's face, and Alucard rolled his eyes. "Saints, Barras, it was a joke. Your moody little spy is safely housed at the inn with the rest of my crew." Barras sneered faintly at the mention of the Spire's men. "That look does nothing for you, brother," said the captain. "And the Night Spire sails for the crown. To insult my post is to insult House Maresh, and we wouldn't want to do that." "Why are you here?" growled Barras, taking up a goblet. But before he could drink, Alucard flicked his wrist, and the wine abandoned its cup, rising in a ribbon, coiling in on itself as it did. Between one instant and the next, it had hardened into a block of ruby-colored ice. Alucard plucked the crystal from the air and considered it absently. I'm in town for a tournament. I only came to make sure my family was well. How foolish of me to think I'd find a welcome. He tossed the frozen cube into the hearth and turned to go. Barras didn't speak. Not until Alucard was at the garden doors. I would have let you rot in that jail. A small, bitter smile at the edge of Alucard's mouth. Good thing it wasn't up to you. With that, he stormed out. Lila straightened atop the wall and rounded the perimeter to find Alucard standing on a broad balcony overlooking the grounds. Beyond the wall, she could make out the arc of the palace, the diffused glow of the river. Alucard's face was a mask of icy calm, bordering on disinterest. But his fingers gripped on the balcony's edge, knuckles white. Lila didn't make a sound, and yet Alucard sighed and said, It isn't polite to spy. Damn it. She'd forgotten his gift for seeing the magic in people. Hey, son, how's it going? I hope you're doing well. It would make a handy skill for a thief, and Lila wondered, not for the first time, if there was a way to steal talents the way one did trinkets. She stepped off the low wall onto the edge of the patio rail, before dropping soundlessly to the terrace beside him. Captain, she said, half greeting, half apology. Still simply looking after your interests? He asked, but he didn't sound angry. You're not upset, she observed. Alucard raised a brow, and she found herself missing the familiar wink of blue. I suppose not. Besides, my excursions were fairly innocuous compared to yours. You followed me? Snapped Lila. Alucard chuckled. You hardly have a right to sound affronted. Lila shook her head, silently grateful she hadn't decided to march into the palace and surprise Kel. Truth be told, she still hadn't decided when she would see him. If she would see him. But when and if she did, she certainly didn't want Alucard there spying on them. Kel was somebody here, a royal, a saint. Even if she could only think of him as the silly smuggler who frowned too much and nearly got them both killed. What are you grinning about? Nothing, Lila said, leveling her expression. So, Luke, huh? It's a nickname. Surely they have those wherever you're from. And for the record, I prefer Alucard or Captain Emery. Does the crew know? Know what? That you're... She gestured to the estate, searching for the word. It's hardly a secret, Bard. Most Darnesians have heard of the House of Emery. He gave her a look that said, Odd, isn't it, that you haven't? Haven't you heard from... Wait. Haven't you heard them calling me Vestra? Lila had. I just assumed it was a slur, like Pilse. Alucard laughed soundlessly. Maybe it is to them. It means royal. Like a prince? He gave a humorless laugh. What a disappointment I must be to you. I know you wanted a pirate. Should have conned your way aboard a different ship. But don't worry. There are many doors between my person and the throne, and I have no desire to see them opened. Lila chewed her lip. But if everyone knows, then why sneak about like a thief? His gaze drifted back to the garden wall. Laying down for a nap, so I thought it would pop in. I appreciate that, son. Get some good rest. I hope you're feeling better already. Hope everything's fine. Yeah, but if everyone knows, then why sneak about like a thief? His gaze drifted back to the garden wall. Because there are other people in this city, Bard. Some I don't care to see, and some I'd rather not see me. Oh, what's this? She teased. The great Alucard Emery has enemies? Comes with the trade, I fear. It's hard to imagine you meeting someone you couldn't charm. His eyes narrowed. You say that like it's not a compliment. Perhaps it's not. An uncomfortable silence began to settle. Nice house, said Lila. It was the wrong thing to have said. His expression hardened. I'll hope you forgive me for not inviting you and introducing you to my esteemed family. It might be tricky to explain the sudden presence of a girl in a man's suit with the ability to speak royal tongue, but not the grace to use the front door. Lila bit back a reply. She felt dismissed, but as she stepped up onto the balcony's edge, Alucard said, Wait! And there was something in his voice that she barely recognized, because she'd never heard it from him before. Sincerity. She twisted back and saw him haloed by the light from the room behind, framed by the doorway. He was little more than a silhouette, a simplified portrait of a noble man. A picture of what someone should be, not what they are. And then Alucard stepped forward, away from the light, and into the shadows with her. This version of him looked real, looked right, and Lila understood. When he said wait, what he meant was, wait for me. I suppose we should both be getting back, he added, aiming for indifference but falling short. Shouldn't you say goodbye? I've never been a fan of farewells, or hellos for that matter. Unnecessary punctuation. Besides, they'll see me again. Nala looked back at the house. Won't Anissa be upset? Oh, I imagine so. I'm afraid I'm accustomed to her disappointment. But what about... No more questions, Lila, he said. I'm tired. The last protest cooled to ash on her tongue as Alucard stepped up onto the banister beside her, and then, in a single effortless stride, onto the low wall. It was narrow, but he moved with sure-footed ease atop it. He didn't even look down to check his steps. I grew up here, he said, reading her surprise. If there's a way in or out, I've tried it. They slipped along the garden wall and down onto the courtyard, hugging the shadows until they were safely beyond the gate. Alucard set off down the street without looking back, but Lila cast a glance at the grand estate. The truth was, Lila understood why Alucard did it, why he traded safety and boredom for adventure. She didn't know what it felt like to be safe, and she'd never had the luxury of being bored. But it's like she'd once told Kel. People either stole to stay alive, or to feel alive. She had to imagine that they ran away for the same reason. Lila jogged to catch up, and fell in step beside the captain, the street quiet save for the sounds of the boots. She cheated a sideways glance, but Alucard's gaze was straight ahead and far away. She used to hate people like him. People who gave up something good, shucked warm meals and solid roofs as if they didn't matter. But then, Baron died, and Lila realized that, in a way, she'd done the same thing. Run away from what could have been a good life, or at least a happy one, because it wasn't enough to be happy, not for Lila. She wanted more, wanted an adventure. She used to think that if she stole enough, the want would fade, the hunger would go away. But maybe it wasn't that simple. Maybe it wasn't a matter of what she didn't have, of what she wasn't, but what she was. Maybe she wasn't the kind of person who stole to stay alive. Maybe she just did it for the thrill. And that scared her, because it meant she didn't need to do it, couldn't justify it, could have stayed at the stone's throw, could have saved Baron's life. It was a slippery slope, that kind of thinking, one that ended in a cliff, so Lila backed away. She was who she was. And Alucard Emery? Well, he was a man with secrets of his own, and she couldn't fault him that. Alright, that was part 2. A little insight in who Alucard actually might be. Apart from just being the captain. That was pretty nice. Alright, part 3. Kel ducked and dodged, moving like shadow and light across the basin. He relished his burning muscles, his pounding heart. He'd slept poorly and woken worse, his thoughts still churning around the news of Lila's return. It made sense, didn't it? If she'd taken up with an Arnesian crew, most of them had docked back in London for the tournament. Only 2 days until the Essentage. A blade swung high, and Kel lunged back out of its reach. 2 days, and still no sign of her. Some small, irrational part had been convinced that he'd be able to feel her return. Be tuned to it, the way he'd been to the stone's throw, and the setting sun, and the scorched bone. The fixed points in the worlds. Then again, maybe she was... But maybe he was tuned to her. Maybe she was the small, invisible force that had drawn him out into the city in the first place. But he'd missed her. And with the city so overrun, how was he supposed to find her again? Just follow the knives, said a voice in his head, and the bodies they're lodged in. He smiled to himself, and then, with a small pang, he wondered how long she'd been in London. And why she hadn't come to see him sooner. Their paths had only crossed for a few days, but he and Rai and Tieran, they were the only people she knew in this world, or at least, the only people she'd known 4 months ago. Perhaps she'd gone off and made a wealth of friends, but he doubted it. The next blow nearly found skin, and Kel jerked away just in time. Focus, he chided himself. Breathe. The silver mask was perfectly contoured to his face, shielding everything but air and sight. He'd put it on, wanting to get used to its size and weight, and quickly found himself relishing the difference, slipping into the comfort of anonymity persona. So long as he wore the mask, Kel wasn't Kel. He was Kamarov. What would Lila think about that? Lila, he'd even considered using blood magic to find her. He still had her handkerchief, but stopped himself before he drew the knife. He'd gone months without stooping so low. Besides, it wasn't some pup chasing after a master or a bone. Let her come to him. But why hadn't she come to? Metal flashed too close, and he swore and rolled, regaining his feet. He'd traded a dozen enemies for only one, but unlike the dummies he'd trained against, this one was very much alive. Hastra shifted back and forth in full armor, trying to avoid Kel's blow. The young guard had been surprisingly willing to run around the basin armed with only a small shield and a dull blade, while Kel honed his agility and practiced turning elements into weapons. The armor, he thought, wind whipping around him. It's designed to crack. He leapt, pushed off a wall, slammed a gust of air into Hastra's back. When struck, Hastra stumbled forward and spun to face him. The first to 10 hits, he continued reciting the rules as water swirled around his hand, wins the match. The water split, circling both hands, unless one of the competitors. Both streams shot forward, freezing before they hit. Is unable to continue. Hastra could only block one shard, and the second caught him in the armored thigh and shattered into drops of ice. Or admits defeat. Kel broke into a smile behind his mask, and when the breathless guard pulled off his helmet, he was grinning too. Kel tucked off his silver mask, his damp hair standing on end. Is it what you've been going down here all these weeks, Master Kel? Asked Hastra breathlessly. Practicing for the tournament? Kel hesitated and then said, I suppose. After all, he had been training. He simply hadn't known what the training was for. Well, it's paying off, sir, said the guard. You make it look easy. Kel laughed. The truth was, his whole body ached, and even while his blood sang for a fight, his power felt thin, drained. He'd grown too used to the efficiency of blood magic, but elements took more will to wield. The fatigue from using blood spells hit him all at once, but this kind of fighting wore him down. Perhaps he'd actually get a sound night's sleep before the tournament. Hastra crossed the training room gingerly, as if treading on hallowed ground, and stood by the basin's archway, considering the equipment table with its bowl of water, its containers of earth and sand and oil. Do you have an element? Asked Kel, slicking back his hair. Hastra's smile softened. Little of this, little of that, sir. Kel frowned. What do you mean? Parents wanted me to be a priest, said the young guard, scratching his head. But I thought that didn't sound like nearly as much fun. Spend all day meditating in that musty stone structure. You can balance? Cut and Kel, amazed. Priests were chosen not for their strength in one element, but for their tempered ability to manage all. Not as Kel did with sheer power, but with the evenness needed to nurture life. Balancing the elements was a sacred skill. Even Kel struggled with balance. Just a strong wind could uproot a sapling, and Antari's power held too much force for the subtle arts. He could impact things already grown, but life was fragile at the start and required a gentle touch. The young guard shrugged and then brightened a little. You want to see? He asked, almost bashful. Kel looked around. Right now? Hastra grinned and dug a hand in his pocket, fetching out a small seed. When Kel raised a brow, the guard chuckled. You never know when you might need to impress a lady, he said. Lots of people puff up their chests and go for the flash and the bang, but I can't tell you how many nights have started with a seed and ended, well. Hastra seemed to ramble whenever he got nervous, and Kel apparently made him very nervous. Then again, I doubt you'd have to try as hard to impress them, sir. Hastra scanned the elements on the table, and one small bowl was some loose dirt. Not the rich soil of the orchards or the gardens, but the rocky kind found beneath pavers in the street. It wasn't the most elegant thing to train with, and when given the choice, Kel would go for rocks over dirt. But it was abundant. Kel watched as Hastra scooped up a palmful of earth and made a small indent with his finger before dropping in the seed. He then dipped his other hand on the bowl of water and pressed it down over the dirt, packing the seed and soil between his palms into a ball. Hastra then closed his eyes, and his lips began to move. Kel felt a subtle warmth in the air between them, a sensation he knew well from the time with Tierin. And then, still murmuring, Hastra began to slowly open his hands and mount a damp earth cupped like an egg between them. Kel watched, transfixed, as a pale green stem crept up through the moistened earth. The stem grew an inch and then two, twisting up into the air. Leaves began to unfurl, their surface a dark purple, before a white spherical bloom emerged. Hastra trailed off, looking pleased. What is it? Asked Kel. Asina, said the guard. Its leaves are good for pain. Ah, that's amazing. The young guard shrugged. My mom and dad were not happy when I chose to be a guard instead. I can imagine. Kel wanted to tell Hofstra that he was wasted here, that his talent was far too precious to be thrown away in a favor of a sword and some armor. But then, if a person's value alone should determine their place, what argument did Kel have for wanting more? Well, that's just because they don't know, continued Hofstra suddenly. They probably think I'm doing a street patrol in the Shah. They'll be proud when they hear I'm guarding you, sir. Besides, I made a deal with my father, he added. I'll join the sanctuary, eventually. But I've wanted to be a royal guard as long as I can remember. I knew I wouldn't be happy, not until I tried. Can't think of a worse thing than wondering what would have been. So I thought, why not have both? The sanctuary will still have me when I'm good and ready. And if you die before then? Hostra's cheery mood didn't dampen. Then someone else will get my gift. And hopefully they'll be less stubborn. That's what Mother says. He leaned in conspiratorially. I tend the courtyards though. No one's looking. When no one's looking. Kel smiled. The palace ground had looked suspiciously lush for this time of year. Hostra straightened, his gaze flicking to the stairs. We should go. We still have time, Cal assured him, getting to his feet. How do you know? We can't hear the bells down here. There are no windows to gauge the light. Magic, said Cal, and then, when Hostra's eyes widened, he gestured to the hourglass on the table with his other tools. And that there was still sand in the glass, and Kel wasn't ready to face the world above just yet. Let's go again. Hostra took up his position. Yes, sir. Call me Kamarov, said Kel, slipping the helmet back over his head. And that was part 3. Just a nice little interaction between Kel and Hostra. That was sweet. Hostra seems like a great guy. One second. Yeah, Hostra seems like a really, really cool guy. It's like, sure, he's a guard, but, and like, I'm sure they don't replace the guards the prince had before, that Rai had before, because they were just great company. But Hostra seems special. Seems like a great kind of guy in general. And he has a good ambition. He's not letting himself get determined to what he wants to do by his parents. He's going his own way. He made plans. All right. Part 4. Cesar Af. The words ran across the tops of the scrying boards throughout London. 2 days. The city was counting down. 2 days until the Esentash. 2 days. And Lila Bard had a problem. She'd hoped there'd be an obvious chink in the system, a way to threaten or bribe her way onto the tournament roster, or snag a wild card spot, but apparently the champions had all been chosen weeks ago. There were 12 names on that list, and 2 alternates, which meant if Lila Bart wanted a chance to play, she did. She was going to have to steal a name. Lila had nicked plenty of things in her time, but an identity wasn't one of them. Sure, she'd taken up pseudonyms, played a variety of made-up parts, but she'd never impersonated anyone real. And of course, she couldn't simply impersonate them. She'd have to replace them. Not worth it, warned a voice in her head. That pesky, pragmatic one that sounded too much like Kel. Maybe it was madness. Maybe she'd just take her place in the stands and cheer for her captain. Earn a few extra coins in the betting pools. It wouldn't be an unpleasant way to spend the week. After all, what place did she have in the ring? She'd only been practicing a few months. But was that one word lodged in her skin like a splinter? But she was restless. But she wanted a thrill. But it would be a challenge. And when it came to magic, Lila wasn't just a quick study. She was a natural. Master Tieran had told her months ago that something powerful lay inside her, waiting to be woken. Well, Lila had poked it with a stick, and it was wide awake, a living, humming thing as restless as she was. And restlessness had always made her reckless. Still, there was that pesky matter of the roster. Lila had spent the day wandering Red London, learning everything she could about the Esentash and its competitors. She'd passed enough time in taverns and brothels and public houses to know where you were most likely to find answers to questions without ever asking. Sure, you could always garnish pockets, but often, if you sat in one place long enough, you'd learn more than anyone you paid would tell you. And everyone seemed to be talking about the tournament. Alucard, apparently, was one of the Arnesian favorites, along with a woman named Kisimir, the tournament's previous victor, and a maid named Jinnah. But names were names. She needed to see the lineup if they took the stage. There were no good marks, she told herself. She would let it go. Stick to the stands with the rest of the crew. If there were no good marks, she had to see, had to know. Frustrated, Lila finished her drink and pushed off her stool and headed back into the inn. Somewhere on the way, her feet changed course, and by the time she focused on where she was, she found herself standing across the main road from the royal palace, staring up. She wasn't surprised. All day, her legs had been tugging her here. All day, she'd found her gaze drifting to the gleaming structure. "Go in," said a voice. Lila snorted. What could she do? What would she do? Walk up to the front steps? She'd done it once before, but that has been as a guest with a stolen invitation. The doors had been cast open then, but now they were closed. A dozen guards in polished armor and red capes standing sentinel. What would she say to them? "I'm here to see the Black-Eyed Prince." Her English might get her through the front door, but then what? Would the king and queen recognize her as the scrawny girl who'd helped Kel save their city? Lila suspected Rai would remember her. She found herself warming at the thought of the prince. Not as he was under the control of Astrid Dane or bleeding to death on the sanctuary cot, but after, surrounded by pillows, dark circles below his amber eyes, tired and kind, and flirting through the pain. And Kel, how fared the Black-Eyed Prince? Would he welcome her in? Hand her a drink and ask after her travels? Or frown and ask if she was ready to leave, return to her own world where she belonged? Lila squinted up in the dusk. The high balconies of the palace reduced to halos of light in the cold evening, and though she could make out a shadow standing in one of the tallest patios. And thought she could make out a shadow. Okay. It was too far to tell. The distance where everything was reduced to vague shapes, and the mind could twist them into anything. Still, the shadow seemed to curl over her before her eyes, as if leaning on the rail. In that moment, the smudge of darkness became a magician in a high-collared coat. Riley stood and watched until the shape dissolved, swallowed up by the thickening night. Her attention drifted down and landed on a pair of elegant black scrying boards, that rose like columns before the palace steps. Months ago, Kel's face had shown up on these, first with the word missing at the top, and later with the word wanted. Now, the ghostly chalk announced a variety of events in the hours leading up to the tournament itself. Damn, there were a lot of parties. But one in particular caught her eye. Something called Is Gosa Noche, the Banner Night. She caught sight of the notice just before the board erased itself, and had to stand for 10 minutes waiting for the message to cycle back around. When it did, she read it as quickly as she could, trying to make sense of the Anesian script. From what she could tell, competitors from all three empires were being summoned to the palace the following night, the night before the tournament, for a royal reception, and to select their banner, whatever that meant. Wasn't this what she'd wanted? An excuse to walk right into the Red Palace? All she needed was a name. The bells rang, and Lila swore under her breath. A whole day gone, she thought grimly as she trudged back to the wandering road, and no closer to her goal. "There you are," said the captain's voice as soon as she stepped in. A handful of Alucard's men were gathered in the front room. They weren't dressed for the ship or the dock or the tavern inn. Taff, Struss, and Vasari wore fine hooded half-cloaks that gathered at the wrists, collar and cuff fastened with polished silver clips. Alucard himself was dressed in an elegant coat, midnight blue with silver lining, his curls clasped back beneath a hat that dipped and curved like a sea. I like the sea. One hand rested on the hilt of a short sword, the silver feather ring glinting in the low light, aside from the sapphire still sparkling in his brow. He didn't look like the Khosrow of the Night Spire, and yet, if he didn't look like a pirate, he didn't look entirely like a princeling either. He looked polished, but also sharp, like a well-kept knife. "Where have you been, Bard?" She shrugged. "Exploring." "We nearly left without you." Her brow crinkled. "Where are you going?" Alucard flashed a grin. "To a party," he said. Only the word for party in Anesian wasn't that simple. Lila was learning that so many Anesian words had meanings that shifted to fit their context. The word Alucard used was the broadest. Tasura, which meant party or event, or function, or gathering, and whose meaning ranged from celebratory to nefarious. "I hate parties," she said, heading for the stairs. But Alucard wasn't so easily dissuaded. He caught up and took her elbow, gingerly. And only for an instant, as he knew how dangerous it was to touch Lila when she didn't want to be touched. "This one I think you'll enjoy," he murmured in English. "Why's that?" "Because I know how fascinated you are by the upcoming games. And..." He murmured in German. "Yo, Tubbs, how's it going?" "And it's an unofficial tradition," he said, "for the local competitors to share a drink before the tournament begins." Lila's interest sharpened. "It's a bit of posturing, I admit," he added, gesturing to the others, "but I was hoping you would come." "Why me?" "Because it's a chance to size up the competition," said Alucard. "And you've got the sharpest eyes," he added with a wink. Lila tried to hide her excitement. "Well," she said, "if you insist." Alucard smiled and produced a silver scarf from his pocket. "What's this for?" she asked as he tied it loosely around her throat. "Tonight, you're part of my entourage." Lila laughed outright, a biting sound that stung the other men. "Your entourage? What next?" She wondered. "Squire?" "Think of it as the name for a crew on land." hope you don't expect me to call you master, she said, adjusting the knot. Saints no. The word has no place except in bed. And Lord makes my skin crawl. Captain will do. He gestured at the waiting men. Shall we? Lila smiled sharpened as she nodded at the door. Lead the way, Captain. The sign above the tavern door said Is Kaznor Ast, the setting sun. Lila's steps slowed and stopped. It was the strangest thing. She couldn't shake the feeling she'd been there before. Hey, Viking, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. She couldn't shake the feeling she'd been there before. She hadn't, of course. She'd only stayed in Red London a few days after the ordeal with the Danes before taking up the Spire's crew. Just long enough to heal and answer questions. And been confined to the palace the entire time. But standing there, on the threshold, the place felt so familiar. When she closed her eyes, she almost felt like she was at... It couldn't be. Lila blinked and looked around at the surrounding streets, trying to layer the image of this city on top of another, the one she'd lived in her entire life. And as the images merged, she realized that she knew exactly where she was, where she could be. On this corner, back in Grey London, the exact same distance from the river, stood another tavern. One she knew too well. The Stone's Throw. What are the odds? Taverns were as plentiful as problems, but two occupying the same exact place. Even from the outside, they looked nothing alike, and yet this place tugged on her bones with the same peculiar gravity she'd always felt back home. Home. She'd never thought of Stone's Throw that way when she was there, but now it was the only word that fit. Only it wasn't the building she longed for. Not really. She thrust her hand into her pocket and curled her fingers around the silver pocket watch that hung like a weight in the bottom of the silk-lined fold. Qu'est-ce là, Bart? She looked up and realized that Alucard was holding the door open for her. She shook her head. Scan, she said, meaning nothing. Stepping inside, the power hit her in a wave. She couldn't see the magic as Alucard did, but she could still feel it. Filling the air like a steam as it wafted off the gathered magicians. Not all the competitors traveled with full entourage. Some, like the tan women on the back wall, her black hair twisted into robes and studded with gold, were the center of their own universe, while others sat in small groups or wandered the room alone, an aura of power drifting in their wake. Meanwhile, the déjà vu continued. She did her best to shake it off and focus. After all, she wasn't just there to be part of Alucard's tableau. There was the issue of finding a mark, of performing her own little magic trick. The tavern was full of magicians, and Delilah Bard was going to make one of them disappear. Someone boomed a greeting to Alucard, and the entourage came to a halt as the two clasped wrists. Tav went to round up drinks, while Strauss surveyed the room with keen appraisal. She guessed he'd been brought along with the same reason she had, to size up the competition. Okay. Vasri, meanwhile, eyed the room as if it were a feast. There's the reigning champion, Kisimir, he whispered to Lila in Arnesian, as the woman with the roped hair strode toward Alucard, boots ringing out on the worn wood floor. The man who'd greeted Alucard retreated a few steps as she approached. Emery, she said with a feline grin and a heady accent. You really don't know how to stay out of trouble. She wasn't from London. She was speaking royal, but her words all ran together. Not in the serpentine way of the Faroan tongue, more like she'd hacked all of the edges and taken out the space between. She had a low, resonant voice, and when she spoke, it sounded like rumbling thunder. Not when trouble is more fun, said Alucard with a bow. Casimir's grin widened as the two fell to quiet conversation. There was something sharp about that grin, and paired with the rest of her face, the slanted brow, the straight-on gaze, it read like a taunt, a challenge. The woman exuded confidence, not arrogance. Exactly. That was usually unfounded. And everything about Casimir said she'd just love an excuse to show you what she could do. Okay, 1 second. Oh, my throat. Oh, I'm gonna grab some water real quick. All right, I'm back. Lila liked that, found herself mimicking the features, wondering what kind of hole they'd add up on their own face. Oh god. She didn't know if she wanted to fight the woman or be her friend, but she certainly wouldn't be replacing her. Lila's attention shifted, trailing across a pair of brawny figures, and a very pretty girl in blue with cascades of dark hair, not to mention a fair number of curves. No good matches there. She continued to scan the room as Alucard's entourage made its way toward a corner booth. Casimir had retreated into the folds of her own group, and she was talking to a young, dark-skinned man beside her. He was fine-boned and wiry, with bare arms and gold earrings running the length of both ears to match the ones in Casimir's. "Listen," said Alucard softly. "Her prodigy. Would they have to compete against each other?" He shrugged. "Depends on the draw." A man with a stack of paper appeared at Casimir's elbow. "Works for the Scryer, that one," said Strauss. "Best avoid him, unless you want to find yourself on the boards." Just then, the tavern doors flung open and a young man blew in, quite literally, on a gust of wind. It swirled around him and through the tavern, shuddering candle flames and rocking lanterns. Alucard twisted in his seat and then rolled his eyes with a smile. "Jinnar," he said, and Lila couldn't tell by the way he said it was a name or a curse. Even next to the broad Veskins and the jewel-marked Farans she'd met in Sasson Roch, the newcomer was one of the most striking men Lila had ever seen. Wisp thin like a late shadow, his skin had the rich tan of an Arnesian, and his black hair shot up in a vertical shock. Below black brows, his eyes were silver, shining like a cat's in the low tavern light, and scored only by the beads of black at the center. A fringe of thick black lashes framed both silver pools, and he had a jackal's grin, not sharp, but wide. It only got wider when he saw Alucard. "Emery!" he called, tugging the cloak from his shoulders and crossing the room. The two gestures wound together in a seamless motion. Beneath the cloak, his clothes weren't just close-fitting, they were molded to his body, ornamented by silver cuffs that circled his throat and ran the lengths of his forearms. Alucard stood. "They let you out in public?" The young man threw his arm around the captain's shoulder. "Only for the Ascentosh. You know the old Tieran had a soft spot for me. You know that old Tieran has a soft spot for me." He spoke so fast Lila could barely follow, but her attention prickled at the mention of London's head priest. "Jin, meet my crew. At least, the ones I like best." The man's eyes danced over the table, fitting across Lila for only a moment. Felt like a cool breeze, before returning to Alucard. Up close, his metallic gaze was even more unsettling. What are we calling you these days? Captain will do. How very official, though I suppose it's not as bad as a Vastra title. He dipped into an elaborate gesture that vaguely resembled a bow, if a bow were paired with a rude hand gesture. His Eminence Alucard, second son of the Royal House of Emery. You are embarrassing yourself. No, I'm embarrassing you, said Jin, straightening. There's a difference. Alucard offered him a seat, but Jin declined, perching instead on the shoulder of Alucard's own chair, light as a feather. What have I missed? Nothing yet. Jin looked around. Going to be a strange one. Oh? Air of mystery around it all this year. Is this an element joke? Said Jin. I didn't even think about that. I thought you kept a list with wind jokes. Teased Alucard. I certainly do, just for you. I've broken them down into chills, gales, steam. Just like your sails, jabbed Jin, hopping down from the chair. So full of air, but I'm serious, he said, leaning in. I haven't seen half the competition. I haven't even seen half the competition. Hidden away for effect, perhaps. And the pomp surrounding everything. I was at Faro 3 years back. But you know how much they'd like their gold. It was a pauper's haunt compared to this affair. I'm telling you, the air of spectacles run away with it. Blame the prince. Always had a flair for drama. Says the man floating 3 inches off the ground. Lila looked down and started slightly when she saw the Jinnar was, in fact, hovering. Not constantly, but every time he moved, it took a fraction too long to settle, as if gravity didn't have the same hold on him as it did to everyone else. Or maybe, as if something else were lifting him up. Yes, well, Jin said with a shrug. I suppose I'll fit in splendidly, as you will. As will you, he added, flicking the silver feather on Alucard's hat. Now, if you'll excuse me, I should make the rounds and the welcomes. I'll be back. And with that, he was gone. Lila turned to Alucard, bemused. Is he always like that? Jinna, he's always been a bit enthusiastic. But not let this childish humor fool you. He's the best wind mage I've ever met. He was levitating, said Lila. She'd seen plenty of magicians doing magic, but Jinna was magic. Jinna belongs to a particular school of magic, one that believes not only in using an element, but in becoming one with it. Alucard scratched his head. It's like when children are learning to play arena, and they have to carry the ball with them everywhere to get comfortable with it. Well, Jin never set the ball down. Lila watched the wind mage flit around the room, greeting Kisimir and Losen, as well as the girl in blue. And when he stopped to perch on the edge of a couch and began talking to a man she hadn't noticed yet. Or rather, she had noticed him, but she'd taken him for the cast-off member of someone else's entourage. Dressed as he was simply black coat with an iridescent pin shaped like an S at his throat. He'd made his way through the gathering earlier, hugging the edges of the room and clutching a glass of white ale. The actions held more discomfort than stealth, and he'd eventually retreated to a couch to sip his drink in peace. Now, Lila squinted through the smoke and shadow-filled room as Jin shook his head. The man's skin was fair, his hair darker than Lila's, and shorter, but his bones were sharp. How tall is he? She wondered, sizing up the cut of his shoulders, the length of his arms. touch of cool air brushed her cheek, and she blinked, realizing Jin had returned. When he was sitting again on the back of Alucard's chair, having appeared without so much as a greeting. Well, asked Alucard, tipping his head back, is everyone here? Nearly. Jenna pulled the competition roster from his pocket. No sign of Brost, or the camera fellow, or Zenizra. Praise the saints, muttered Alucard at this last name. Jin chuckled. You make more enemies than most make bedfellows. The sapphire in Alucard's brow twinkled. Oh, I make plenty of those too. He nodded at the man on the couch. And the shadow? Tall, dark, and quiet. Named Stason Elzor. Nice enough fellow. Shy, I think. Stacion Elzor, thought Lila, turning the name over on her tongue. Or smart enough to keep his cards close to his chest. Maybe, said Jin. Anyhow, he's a first-timer. Comes from Besana on the coast. My man Strauss hails from that region. Yes, well, hopefully Stison's stage manner is stronger than his tavern one. It's not always about putting on a show, chided Alucard. Jin cackled. You're one to talk, Emery. With that, he dismounted a chair and blew away. Alucard got to his feet. He looked at the drink in his hand, as if he wasn't sure it had gotten there. And then he finished it with a single swallow. I suppose I better say my hellos, he said, setting down the empty glass. I'll be back. Lila nodded absently, her attention already returning to the man on the couch. Only he wasn't there anymore. She searched the room, eyes landing on the door, just in time to see Stacion Elzor vanishing through it. Lila finished her own drink and shoved herself up to her feet. Where are you going? Asked Strauss. She flashed him a sharp-edged smile and turned up the collar of her coat. To find some trouble. Of course Lila would do that. And with that, that's part 4. Damn, we're cruising through these parts right now. Holy shit. The other competitors seem like really interesting characters, that's for sure. How are you guys liking it so far, though? Seems like right now there's a lot of things going on at once, but it seems like this is just like the calm before the storm, before like the official tournament fully starts and everything's gonna break loose. I'm just curious now what Lila's plan is as well, because she wants to participate. She's not on the list. She had her eyes now on this like Stracion Elzor guy or whatever his name is. Is she gonna like try and kill him to take his place or something? Because like he's a newcomer, so I guess that would be nice, so the people don't know what kind of like magic he specializes in, which could give Lila the advantage of just using her own magic, which for now seems like it's mainly fire, maybe with a little bit of water. And of course her blades. But I guess we shall see and find out. Alright, pop 5. They were nearly the same height. That was the first thing she noticed as she fell and stepped behind him. Elzor was a touch taller, and a fraction broader in the shoulders, but he had a narrow waist and long legs. As Lila followed, she first matched his stride and then began to mimic it. So close to the river, the streets were crowded enough to cloak her pursuit, and she began to feel less like a thief with a mark and more like a cat with its prey. There were so many chances to turn back, but she kept going. Lila had never really bought into fate, but like most people who disavowed religion, she could summon a measure of belief when it was necessary. Elzor wasn't from London. He didn't have an entourage. She closed the gap. She wondered how many people had even noticed him back at the tavern, besides Jinar. The light in the sun had been low. Had anyone gotten a good look at his face? Once the tournament began, they'd have no faces anyway. Madness, warned a voice. But what did she have to lose? Alucard and the Spire? Caring, belonging, it was all so overrated. Elzor put his hands in his pockets, and so put Lila her hands in her pockets. He rolled his neck, she rolled her neck. She had a variety of knives on her, but she didn't plan on killing him. Not if it could be helped. Stealing an identity was one thing. Stealing a life was another. And though she'd certainly killed her fair share, she didn't take it lightly. Still, for her plan to work, something had to happen to Stasio and Elzor. He rounded a corner onto a narrow street that led to the docks. The street was jagged and empty, dotted only by the darkened shops and the scattering of bins and crates. Elzor was no doubt an excellent magician, but Lila had the element of surprise and no problem playing dirty. A metal bar leaned against the door, winking in the lantern light. It scraped the stones as Lila lifted it, and Elzor spun around. He was fast, but she was faster. Pressed into the doorway by the time his eyes found the place she'd been. Flames sparked in the man's palm, and he held the light aloft, shadows dancing down the street. A fireworker. It was the last sign Lila needed. Her lips moved, magic prickling through her as she summoned a couplet of Blake. Not a song of fire or of water, but earth. A planter on the windowsill above him slid off the edge and came crashing down, missing by inches, shattering against the street, and Elzor spun to face the sound a second time. As he did, Lila closed the gap and raised the pipe, feeling a little less guilty. Fool me twice, she thought, swinging the bar. His hands came up, too slow to stop the blow, but fast enough to graze the front of her jacket before he collapsed to the street. With the sound of dead weight and the hiss of doused flame, Lila patted the drops of fire in her coat and frowned. Kella wouldn't be happy. She set the bar against the wall and knelt to consider Stason Elzor up close. The angles of his face were even sharper. Blood ran from his forehead, but his chest was rising and falling. And Lila felt rather proud of her restraint as she dragged his arm around her shoulders and struggled to her feet under the load. With his head lolling forward and his dark hair covering the wound at his temple, he almost looked like a man too deep in his cups. Now what? She thought. And at the same exact moment, a voice behind her said, "What now?" Lila spun, dropping Elzor and drawing her dagger at the same time. With a flick of her wrist, the dagger became two, and as she struck metal against metal, the two blades lit, fire licking up their edges. Alucard stood at the mouth of the narrow road, arms crossed. "Impressive," he said, sounding decidedly unimpressed. "Tell me, are you planning to burn me? or stab me, or both. What are you doing here? She hissed. I really think I should be the one asking. I should be the one asking that. She gestured to the body. Isn't it obvious? Alucard's gaze flicked from the knives down to the metal bar and the crumpled form at Lila's feet. No, not really, because you couldn't possibly be foolish enough to kill a competitor. Lila snapped the knives back together, putting out the flames. I didn't kill him. Alucard let out a low groan. Saints, you actually have a death wish. He gripped his hat. What were you thinking? Lila looked around. There are plenty of transports coming and going. I was going to stash him away on one of them. And what do you plan to do when he wakes up? Turns the boat around and makes it back in time to have you arrested and still compete. Lila didn't answer. And when Lila didn't answer, she hadn't exactly gotten that far. Alucard shook his head. You've got a real gift for taking things, Bard. You're not nearly as good at getting rid of them. Lila held her ground. I'll figure it out. Alucard was muttering curses in a variety of languages under his breath. And were you following me? Alucard threw up his hands. You've assaulted a competitor. I can only imagine with the daft notion of taking his place. And you honestly have the gall to be affronted of my actions? Did you even think what this would mean for me? He sounded vaguely hysterical. This has nothing to do with you. This has everything to do with me, he snapped. I am your captain. You are my crew. The barb struck with unexpected force. When the authorities find out a sailor aboard my ship sabotaged a competitor, what do you think they'll assume? That you were mad enough to do something so stupid on your own? Or that I put you up to it? He was pale with fury, and the air around them hummed. Indignation flickered through Lila, followed swiftly by guilt. The combination turned her stomach. Alucard, she started. Did he see your face? Lila crossed her arms. I don't think so. Alucard paced, muttering, and then dropped to his knee beside Elzor. He rolled the man over and began digging into his pockets. Are you robbing him? She asked, incredulous. Alucard said nothing as he spread the contents of Elzor's coat across the frozen stones. An ink key, a few coins, a handful of folded pages. Tucked in the center of these, Lila saw his formal invitation to the Essentage. Alucard plucked the iridescent pin from the collar of the man's coat, and shook his head and gathered up the items. He got to his feet, shoving the articles into Lila's hands. When this goes badly, and it will, you won't take the spire with you. Do you understand, Bard? Lila nodded tightly. And for the record, he said, this is a terrible idea. You will get caught. Maybe not right away, but eventually. And when you do, I won't protect you. Lila raised a brow. I'm not asking you to. Believe it or not, Alucard, I can protect myself. He looked down at the unconscious man between them. Does that mean you don't need any help disposing of this man? Lila tucked her hair behind her ear. I'm not sure I need it, but I'd certainly appreciate it. She knelt to take one of Elzor's arms, and Alucard reached for the other. But halfway there, he stopped and seemed to reconsider. He folded his arms, his eyes dark, and his mouth a grim line. What is it now? Asked Lila, straightening. This is an expensive secret, Bard, he said. I'll keep it in trade for another. Damn it, thought Lila. She'd made it months at sea without sharing a thing she didn't have to. I'll give you one question, she said at last. One answer. Alucard had asked the same once, over and over and over. Who are you? What are you? And where did you come from? When the answers she told him over and over and over weren't even lies. Delilah Bard, one of a kind, London. But standing there on the docks that night, Alucard didn't ask any of those questions. You say you're from London. He looked her in the eyes. But you don't mean this one, do you? Lila's heart lurched as she felt herself smile, even though this was the one question she couldn't answer with a lie. No. No, she said. Now help me with this body. Alucard proved disturbingly adept at making someone disappear. Lila leaned against a set of boxes at the transport end of the docks, devoted to the ships coming and going instead of the ones set in for the length of the tournament, and turned Elzor's S-pin over in her fingers. Elzor himself sat on the ground, slumped against the crates, while Alucard tried to convince a pair of rough-looking men to take on a last-minute piece of cargo. She only caught snippets of the conversation, most of them Alucard's tuned as she was to his Indonesian. Where do you put in? That's what a fortnight this time of year. Lila pocketed the pin and sifted through Elzor's papers, holding them up to the nearest lantern light. The man liked to draw. Small pictures lined with the edges of every scrap of paper, save for the formal invitation. That was a lovely thing, edged in gold. It reminded her of the invite to Prince Rai's birthday ball, marred only by a single fold down at the center. Elzor had also been carrying a half-written letter and a few sparse notes on the other competitors. Lila smiled when she saw his one for Alucard Emery, a former. She folded the pages and tucked them into her coat. Speaking of coats, she crouched and began to peel the unconscious man out of his. It was fine, a dark charcoal gray with a low, stiff collar and a belted waist. For a moment, she considered trading, but couldn't bring herself to part with Kala's masterpiece. So instead, she took a wool blanket from a cart and wrapped it around Elzor so he wouldn't freeze. Lastly, she produced a knife and cut a lock of hair from the man's head, tying it into a knot before dropping it in her pocket. I don't want to know, muttered Alucard, who was suddenly standing over her, the sailors a step behind. He nodded to the man on the ground. Care Taznasta, he said. That's your man. One of the sailors towed Elzor with his boot. Drunk? The other sailor knelt and clapped a pair of irons around Elzor's wrists, and Lila saw Alucard flinching reflexively. Mind him, he said as they hauled the man to his feet. The sailor shrugged and mumbled something so garbled, Lila couldn't tell where one word ended and the next began. Alucard only nodded as they turned and began to haul him toward the ship. That's it? Asked Lila. Alucard frowned. You know the most valuable currency in life, Bard? What? A favor. His eyes narrowed. I now owe these men, and you owe me. He kept his eyes trained on the sailors as they hauled the unconscious Elzor aboard. I've gotten rid of your problem, but it won't stay gone. That's a criminal transport. Once it sets out, it's not authorized to turn around until it reaches Delonar. And he's not on the charter, so by the time it docks, they'll know they're carrying an innocent man. So no matter what happens, you better not be here when he gets back. The meaning in the words was clear, but she still had to ask. And the spire? Alucard looked at her, jaw set. It only has room for one criminal. He let out a low breath, which turned to fog before his mouth. But I wouldn't worry. Why's that? Because you'll get caught long before we sail away. Lila managed a grim smirk as Stace and Elzor and the sailors vanished below deck. Have a little faith, Captain. But the truth was, she had no idea what she was going to do when this fell apart. No idea if she just damned herself by accident or worse, on purpose. Sabotaged another life, just like at the stone's throw. Let's get something straight, said Alucard as they walked away from the docks. My help ends here. Alucard Emery and Stason Elzor have no business with each other, and if we chance to meet in the ring, I won't spare you. Lila snorted. I should hope not. Besides, I still have a few tricks up my sleeve. I suppose you do, he said, finally glancing toward her. After all, if you run far enough, no one can catch you. She frowned, remembering his question, her answer. How long have you known? She asked. Alucard managed a ghost of a smile, framed by the doorway of the inn. Why do you think I let you on my ship? Because I was the best thief? Certainly the strangest. Lila didn't bother with sleep. There was too much to do. She and Alucard vanished into their respective rooms without even so much as a good night. And when she left a few hours later with Elzor's things bundled under her arm, Alucard didn't follow, even though she knew he was awake. One problem at a time, she told herself as she climbed the stairs of the coach at the Castle Inn, the room key hanging from her fingers. A brass tag on the end held the name of the place and the room. 3. She found Elzor's room and let herself in. She'd raided the man's pockets and studied his papers, but if there was anything else to learn before she donned the role at nightfall, she figured she'd find it here. The room was simple. The bed was made. A looking glass leaned by the window, and the silver folding frame sat on the narrow sill. A portrait of Elzor on one side and a young woman on the other. Rifling through a trunk at the foot of the bed, she found a few more pieces of clothing, a notebook, a short sword, a pair of gloves. These last were peculiar, designed to cover the tops of the fingers, but expose the palms and fingertips. Perfect for a fireworker, she thought, pocketing them. The notebook held mostly sketches, including several of the young woman, as well as a few scribbled notes and the travel ledger. Elzor was scrupulous, and by all evidence, he had indeed come alone. Several letters and slips were tucked into the notebook, and Lila studied his signature, practicing first with her fingers and then a stub of a pencil, until she'd gotten it right. She then began to empty the trunk, tossing the contents onto the bed one by one. A set of boxes near the bottom held an elongated hat that curved down over the brow, and a canvas that unfolded to reveal a set of toiletries. And then, in a box at the back of the trunk, she found Elzor's mask. It was carved out of wood and vaguely resembled a ram, with horns that hugged the sides of one's head and curled against one's cheek. The one real facial coverage was the only real facial coverage was a nose plate. That wouldn't do. She returned it to the bottom of the chest and closed the lid. Next, she tried on each piece of clothing, testing her measurements against Elzor's. As she'd hoped, they weren't too far off. An examination of a pair of trousers confirmed she was an inch or two shorter than a man, but wedging some rocks in the heels of her boots gave her the extra measure of height. Lastly, Lila took up the portrait from the sill and examined the man's face. He was wearing a hat like the one discarded on the bed, and dark hair spilled out beneath it, framing his angled face with near black curls. Lila's own hair was several shades lighter, and when she doused it with water from the basin, it looked close. Not a permanent solution, of course, especially in winter, but it helped her focus as she drew out one of her knives. She returned the portrait to the sill, studying it as she took up a chunk of hair and sawed at it with a blade. It had grown long in the months at sea, and there was something liberating about shearing it off again. Strands tumbled to the floor as she shortened the back and shaped the front, the abusive combination of cold and steel giving the ends a slight curl. Digging through Elzor's meager supplies, she found a comb as well as a tub of something dark and glossy. It smelled like tree nuts, and when she worked it into her hair, she was relieved to see it hold the curl. His charcoal coat lay on the bed, and she shrugged it on. Taking up the hat from the bed, she set it gingerly on her styled head and turned toward her reflection. A stranger, not quite Elzor, but certainly not Bard, stared back at her. Something was missing. The pin. She dug in the pockets of his coat and pulled out the iridescent collar pin, fastening it at her throat. Then she cocked her head, adjusting her posture and mannerisms until the illusion came into sharper focus. Lila broke into a grin. This, she thought, adding Elzor's short sword to her waist. It's almost as fun as being a pirate. Avan, das Elzor, said a portly woman when she descended the stairs. The innkeeper. Lila nodded, wishing she'd had a chance to hear the man speak. Hadn't Alucard said that Strauss was from the same part of the Empire? His accent had rough edges, which Lila tried to mimic as she murmured, Avan. The illusion held. No one else paid her any mind, and Lila strode out into the morning light. Not as a street thief or a sailor, but a magician, ready for the Essentage. Ooh. That's the end of chapter 6. Oh, damn. So Lila now has her disguise. She is actually fucking doing it. What the hell? I don't know how to feel about that. Oh my god. But, well, again, like we always do, when the chapter is over, we're going to take a little break here. I'm just gonna go rest my eyes, stretch a little bit, get some fresh air, and we'll be back in like 5 minutes. So I'll see you guys in a second. I'm back. Hello. Uh, how's everyone doing? Hope you're all doing well. All cozy and stuff. All right. Shall we continue? We're now at chapter 7, and it's called Intersections. The day before the Essentage, the night market roused itself around noon. Apparently the lure of festivities and foreigners eager to spend money was enough to amend the hour. What time to kill before the banner night? Lila wandered the stalls, her coins jingling in Elzor's pockets. She caught a cup of spiced tea and some kind of sweet bun, and tried to make herself comfortable in her new persona. She didn't dare go back to the wandering road, where she'd have to trade Elzor for a bard, or else be recognized. Once the tournament began, it wouldn't matter. Identities would disappear behind personas. But today, she needed to be seen, recognized, remembered. It wasn't hard. The stall owners were notorious gossips. All she had to do was strike up a conversation as she shopped, drop a hint, a detail, once or twice a name, purposely skirt the topic of the tournament. Leave a parcel behind so someone trotted after her, calling out, "Elzor! Master Elzor!" By the time she reached the palace edge of the market, her work was done. Word weaving through the crowd. Stasyon Elzor, one of the competitors. Handsome fellow. Too thin. Never seen him before. What can he do? Guess we'll see. She felt their eyes on her as she shopped, caught the edges of their whispered conversations, and tried to smother her thief's instinct to shake the gaze and disappear. Not yet, she thought as the sun finally began to sink. One thing was still missing. "Lila," said Kala as she entered. "You're early." "You didn't set a time." The merchant stopped, taking in Lila's new appearance. "How do I look?" she asked, shoving her hands in Elzor's coat. Kala sighed. "Even less like a woman than usual." She plucked that hat off Lila's head and turned it over in her hands. "This is not bad," said Kala, before noticing Lila's shorn hair. She took a piece of between her fingers. "What's this?" Lila shrugged. "I wanted a change." Kala tutted, but she didn't prod. Instead, she disappeared through a curtain and emerged a moment later with a box. Inside was Lila's mask. She lifted it and staggered at the weight. The interior had been lined with dark metal, so cleanly made and shaped that it looked poured instead of hammered. Kala hadn't disposed of the leather demon mask, not entirely, but she'd taken it apart and made something new. The lines were clean, the angles sharp. Where simple black horns had once corkscrewed up over the head, now they curled back in an elegant way. The brow was sharper, jutting forward slightly like a visor, and the bottom of the mask, which had once ended on her cheekbones, now dipped lower at the sides, following the lines of her jaw. It was still a monster's face, but it was a new breed of demon. Lila slid the mask over her head. She was still wondering at the beautiful, monstrous thing that when Kala handed her something else. It was made of the same black leather and lined with the same dark metal, and it shaped a kind of crown, or a smile, the sides taller than the center. Lila turned it over in her hands, wondering what it is for, until Kala retrieved it, swept around behind her, and fastened the plate around her throat. "To keep your head on your shoulders," said the woman, who then proceeded to clasp the sides of the neck guard to small, hidden hinges on the tapered side of the mask. It was like a jaw, and when Lila looked at her reflection, she saw features nested within the two halves of the monster's skull. She broke into a devilish grin, her teeth glinting within the mouth of the helmet. "You," said Lila, "are brilliant." "Anesh," said Kala with a shrug, though Lila could see that the merchant was proud. She had a sudden and peculiar urge to hug the woman, but she resisted. The hinged jaw allowed her to raise the mask, which she did, the demon's head resting on top of her own like a crown, the jaw still circling her throat. "How do I look?" she asked. "Strange," said Kala, "and dangerous." "Perfect." Outside, the bells began to toll, and Lila's smile widened. It was time. Kel crossed to the bed and examined the clothes. A set of black trousers and a high-collared black shirt, both trimmed with gold. On top of the shirt sat the gold pin Rye had given him for the royal reception. His coat waited, thrown over the back of the chair. But he left it there. There was a traveler's charm, and nothing he was confined to the palace. And tonight he was confined to the palace. The clothes and on the bed were Rye's choice. They weren't simply a gift. They were a message. Tomorrow you can be Kamarov. Tonight, you're Cal. Hashra had appeared early, only to confiscate his mask on Rye's orders. Cal had been reluctant to relinquish it. You must be excited, Hashra had said, reading his hesitation, about the tournament. Don't imagine you get to test your mettle very often. Cal had frowned. This isn't a game, he'd said, perhaps too sternly. It's about keeping the kingdom safe. He felt a twinge of guilt as he watched Hashra go pale. I've sworn an oath to protect the royal family. I'm sorry then, said Cal ruefully. You're stuck protecting me. It's an honor, sir. There was nothing in this tone but pure, simple truth. I would defend you with my life. Well, said Cal, surrendering Kamarov's mask, I hope you never have to. The young guard managed a small, embarrassed smile. Me too, sir. Cal paced his room and tried to put tomorrow from his mind. First, he had to survive tonight. A pitcher and bowl sat at the sideboard, and Cal poured water into the basin and pressed his palms to the sides until it steamed. Once clean, he dressed in Rye's chosen attire, willing to humor his brother. It was the least he could do, though Cal wondered as he slipped into the tunic how long Rye would be calling in his payment. He could picture the prince a decade from now, telling Kel to fetch him tea. Get it yourself, he would say, and Rye would tut and answer, remember Kamarov? Kel's evening clothes were tight, form-fitting in the style Rye favored, and made of a black fabric, so fine it caught the light instead of swallowing it. The cut and fit forced him to stand at full height, erasing his usual slouch. He fastened the gold buttons, the cuffs, and collars. Saints, how many clasps did it take to clothe a man? And lastly, the royal pin over his heart. Kel checked himself in his mirror, and stiffened. Even his fair skin and auburn hair, even with the black eye that shone like polished rock, Kel looked regal. He stared at his reflection for several long moments, mesmerized before tearing his gaze away. He looked like a prince. Rye stood before the mirror, fastening the gleaming buttons of his tunic. Beyond the shuttered balcony, the sounds of celebration were rising off the cold night like steam. Carriages and laughter, footsteps and music. He was running late, and he knew it, but he couldn't seem to get his nerves under control, wrangle his fears. It was getting dark, and the darkness leaned against the palace, and against him, the weight settling on his chest. He poured himself a drink. He stirred, and forced a smile at his reflection. Where was the prince who relished such festivities, who loved nothing better than to be the contagious joy at the center of the room? Dead, thought Rye dryly, before he could stop himself. He was glad, not for the first time, that Kel could not read his mind as well as feel his pain. Luckily, other people still seemed to look at Rye and see what he'd been instead of what he was. He didn't know he didn't know if that meant he was good at hiding the difference, or that they weren't paying attention to begin with. Kel looked, and Rye was sure he was the change. And Rye was sure he saw the change, but he had the sense to not say anything. There was nothing to be said. Kel had given Rye a life. His life. And it wasn't his fault if Rye didn't like it as much as his own. He'd lost that one, forfeited it by his own foolishness. He downed the drink, hoping it would render him in better spirits, but it dulled the world without ever touching his thoughts. He touched the gleaming buttons and adjusted his crown for the dozenth time, shivering as a gust of cold air brushed against his neck. I fear you haven't enough gold, came a voice from the balcony doors. Rye stiffened. What are guards for, he said slowly, when they let even pirates pass? The man took a step forward, and then another, silver on him ringing like muffled chimes. Privateer's the term these days. Rye swallowed and turned to face Alucard Emery. As for gold, he said evenly, it is a fine balance. The more I wear, the more likely one is to try and rob me of it. Such a dilemma, said Alucard, stealing another stride. Rye took him in. He was dressed in clothes that had clearly never seen the sea. A dark blue suit, accented by a silver cloak, his rich brown hair groomed and threaded with gems to match. A single sapphire sparkled over his right eye. Those eyes, like night lilies caught in moonlight. He used to smell like them too. Now he smelled like sea breeze and spice, and other things Rye could not place, from lands he'd never seen. What brings a rogue like you to my chambers? He'd asked. A rogue, Alucard rolled with the words over his tongue. Better a rogue than a bored royal. Rye felt Alucard's eyes wandering slowly, hungrily over him, and he blushed. The heat started in his face and spread down through his collar, his chest, beneath shirt and belt. It was disconcerting. Rye might not have magic. When it came to conquests, he was used to holding the power. Things happened at his whim and at his pleasure. Now he felt that power falter, slip. In all of Arness, there was only one person capable of flustering the prince, of reducing him from a proud royal to a nervous youth. And that was Alucard Emery. Misfit, rogue, privateer, and royal. Removed from the throne by a stretch of tangled bloodlines, sure, but still. Alucard Emery could have a crest and a place in court. Instead, he fled. You've come for the tournament, said Rye, making small talk. Alucard pursed his lips in the attempt. Among other things. Rye hesitated, unsure what to say next. With anyone else, he would have had a flirtatious retort. But standing there, a mere stride away from Alucard, he felt short of breath, let alone words. He turned away, fidgeting with his cuffs. He heard his chime of silver, and a moment later, Alucard sneaked an arm possessively around his shoulders and brought his lips to the prince's neck, just below his ear. Rye actually shivered. You are far too familiar with your prince, he warned. So you confess it then? He brushed his lips against Rye's throat. That you are mine. He bit the lobe of Rye's ear, and the prince gasped, back arcing. Alucard always did know what to say, what to do, to tilt the world beneath his feet. Rye turned to say something, but Alucard's mouth was already there on his. Hands tangled in hair clutched at coats. There was a collision, spurred by the force of 3 years apart. You missed me, said Alucard. It was not a question, but there was a confession in it. Because everything about Alucard, the tension in his back, the ways his hips pressed into Rye's, the race of his heart and the tremor in his voice, said that the missing had been mutual. I'm a prince, said Rai, striving for composure. I know how to keep myself entertained. The sapphire glinted in Arakot's brow. I can be very entertaining. He was already leaning in as he spoke, and Rai found himself closing the distance. But at the last moment, Alucard tangled his fingers in Rai's hair and pulled his head back, exposing the prince's throat. He pressed his lips to the slope before Rai's jaw. Rai clenched his teeth, fighting back a groan, but his stillness must have betrayed him. He felt Alucard's smile against his skin. The man's fingers drifted to his tunic, deftly unbuttoning his collar so his kisses could continue downward. But Rai felt him hesitate at the sight of the scar over his heart. Someone has wounded you, he whispered into Rai's collarbone. Shall I make it better? Rai pulled Alucard's face back to his, desperate to draw his attention from the mark and the questions it might bring. He bit Alucard's lip, and delighted in the small victory of the gasp it earned them as. The bells rang. The Banner Knight. He was late. They were late. Alucard laughed softly, sadly. Rai closed his eyes and swallowed. Sanct, he cursed, hating the word that waited beyond his door. A world waited beyond his doors and his place in it. Alucard was already pulling away, and for an instant, all Rai wanted was to pull him back, hold fast, terrified that if he let go, Alucard could vanish again. Not just from the room, but from London, from him. Slip out into the night and the sea as he'd done 3 years before. Alucard must have seen the panic in his eyes, because he turned back and drew Rai in and pressed his lips to Rai's one last time. A gentle, lingering kiss. Peace, he said, slowly pulling free. I'm not a ghost. And then he smiled and smoothed his coat and turned away. Fix your crown, my prince, he called back as he reached the door. It's crooked. Damn, what a steamy little chapter we had there. What a steamy little part 1. So there was something between Alucard and Rai. Okay, okay. Unexpected, but welcoming, I guess. Part 2. Cal was halfway down the stairs when he was met by a short Ostra with a trimmed beard and a frazzled look. Parlo, the prince's shadow since the tournament preparations first began. Master Cal, he said breathless, the prince is not with you? Cal cocked his head. I assumed he was already downstairs. Parlo shook his head. Could something be wrong? Nothing's wrong, said Cal with certainty. Well, then it's about to be. The king is losing patience. Most of the guests are here, and the prince has not yet made an entrance. Perhaps that's exactly what he's trying to make. Carlo looked sick with panic. If you're worried, why don't you go to his room and fetch him? The Ostra paled even further, as if Cal had just suggested something unfathomable, obscene. Fine, grumbled Rel, turning back up the stairs. I'll do it. Tallners and Viz were standing outside Rai's room. Kel was a few strides shy of the chamber when the doors burst open and a figure came striding out. A figure that most certainly wasn't Rai. The guard's eyes widened at the sight of him. The man obviously hadn't gone in that way. Kel pulled up short as they nearly collided. And even though it had been years, too few in Kel's estimation, he recognized the man at once. Alucard Emery, he said coldly, exhaling the name like a curse. A slow smile spread across the man's mouth, and it took all Kel's restraint not to physically remove it. Master Kel, said Alucard cheerfully, what an unexpected pleasure, running into you here. His voice had a natural undercurrent of laughter in it, and Kel could never tell if he was being mocked. I don't see how it's unexpected, said Kel, as I live here. What is unexpected is running into you, since I thought I made myself clear the last time we met. Quite, echoed Alucard. Then, what were you doing in my brother's chambers? Alucard raised a single stuttered brow. Do you want a detailed account, or will a summary suffice? Kel's fingernails dug into his palms. He could feel blood. Spells came to mind, a dozen different ways to wipe the smug look from Emery's face. Why are you here? He growled. I'm sure you've heard, said Alucard, hands in his pockets. I'm competing in the Essentage. As such, I was invited to the Royal Palace for the Banner Night. Which is happening downstairs, not in the prince's room. Are you lost? He didn't wait for Alucard to answer. Toners, he snapped, the guard stepping forward. Escort Master Emery to the Rose Hall. Make sure he doesn't wander. Toners motioned, as if to take hold of Alucard's sleeve, and found himself propelled suddenly backward into the wall. Alucard never took his hands from his pockets, and his smile never wavered as he said, I'm sure I can find my way. He set off in the direction to the stairs, but as he passed Kel, the latter caught his elbow. Do you remember what I told you before banishing you from the city? Vaguely. Your threats all seem to run together. I said, snarled Kel through clenched teeth, that if you break my brother's heart a second time, I will cut yours out. I stand by that promise, Alucard. Still fond of growling, aren't you, Kel? Ever the loyal dog, nipping at heels. Maybe one day you'll actually bite. With that, he pulled free and strode away, his silver blue coat billowing behind him. Kel watched him go. The moment Alucard was out of sight, he slammed his fist into the wall, hard enough to crack the inlaid wood panel. He swore in pain and frustration, and an echoing curse came from within Rice's chambers, but this time, Kel didn't feel bad for causing his brother a little pain. Blood stained his palm where his nails had sliced into his skin, and Kel pressed it to the broken decoration. Sora, he muttered, unbreak. The crack in the wood began to withdraw, the pieces of wood bending back together. He kept his hand there, trying to loosen the knot in his chest. Master Kel, said started Vis. What? He snapped, spinning on the guards. The air in the hall churned around him. The floorboards trembled. The men looked pale. If you see that man near Rye's room again, arrest him. Kel took a steadying breath, and he was reaching for the prince's door when it swung inward to reveal Rye, settling the gold band atop his head. When he saw the gathering of guards and Kel at their center, he cocked his head. What? He said. I'm not that late. Before anyone else could speak, Rye set off down the hall. Don't just stand there, Kel, he called back. We have a party to host. You're in a mood. And then okay. You're in a mood, said the prince as they passed into the dignified splendor of the Rose Hall. Kel said nothing, trying to salvage the man he'd seen earlier in his bedroom mirror. He scanned the hall, his attention snagging almost instantly on Alucard Emery, who stood socializing with a group of magicians. Honestly, Kel, chided Rye, if it looks good, Kel. Maybe looks can't, he said, flexing his fingers. Rye smiled and nodded his head at a cluster of guests. You knew he was coming, he said You knew he was coming, he said through the set teeth. I didn't realize you'd be giving him such an intimate welcome, snapped Kel back in return. How could you be so foolish? I didn't invite him in. After everything that's happened? Enough, husked the prince, loud enough to turn the nearest heads. Kel would have shrunk from the attention, but Rai spread his arms, embracing it. Father, he called across the hall, if I may do the honors. King Maxime lifted his glass in reply, and Rai stepped lithely up onto the nearest stone planter, and the gathering fell quiet. Avan, he said, his voice echoing through the hall. Glad Axasors, he added to the guests from Vesk and Faro. I am Prince Rai Maresh, he continued, slipping back into Arnesian. Maxime and Emira, the illustrious king and queen of Arnes, my father and mother, have given me the honor of hosting this tournament. And it is an honor. He lifted a hand, and a wave of royal servants appeared, carrying trays laden with crystal goblets, candied fruits, smoked meat, and a dozen other delicacies. Tomorrow, you shall be introduced as champions. Tonight, I ask you to enjoy yourselves as honored guests and friends. Drink, feast, and claim your sigil. In the morning, the games begin. Rai bowed, and a crowd of gathered magicians and royals applauded as he hopped down from his perch. The tide of the people shifted, some toward the banquets, others toward the banner tables. Impressive, observed Kel. Come on, said Rai without meeting his eye. One of us needs a drink. Stop. Lila had just started up the palace steps, the demon's mask beneath her arm, when she heard the order. She stiffened, her fingers reaching reflexively for the knife at her back as a pair of guards in gleaming armor blocked her path. The pulse pounded, urging her to fight or flee, but Lila forced herself to hold her ground. They weren't drawing weapons. I'm here for the banner night, she said, drawing Elzor's royal revification from her coat. I was told to report to the palace. You want the Rose Hall, explained the first guard, as if Lila had the damn clue what that was. The other guard pointed at a second, smaller set of stairs. Lila had never noticed the other entrances to the palace. There were two, flanking the main steps, and both were tame by comparison. But now that they'd been pointed out, the flow of traffic up and around those steps compared to the empty grand entrance was obvious, as was the fact that the doors to the Rose Hall had been flung open, while the palace's main entrance was firmly shut. Solase, she said, shaking her head. I must be more nervous than I thought. The guard smiled. I will lead you, said one, as if she might honestly go astray a second time. The guard ushered her over the rest of the stairs and up before handing her off to an attendant, who led her through the entryway and into the Rose Hall. It was an impressive space, less ballroom than throne room, undoubtedly refined without being ostentatious. How far she'd come, she thought wryly, to find massive urns of fresh-cut flowers and scrumptious red and gold tapestries restrained. A familiar captain stood near the mouth of the hall, dressed in silver and midnight blue. He saw Lila, and his face passed through several reactions before setting on a cool appraisal. Master Elzor. Master Emery. Lila gave a flourish and a bow.
No.
Stiffening her posture into angles. Alucard shook his head. I honestly don't know whether to be impressed or unnerved. Lila straightened. The two aren't mutually exclusive. He nodded at the Sorrow's mask under her arms. Do you want to be found out?
Oh my god!
Lila shrugged. There are many shadows in the night. She caught sight of the mask tucked beneath his own arm, made of dark blue scales, their edges tipped with silver. The mask ran from hairline to cheekbone. Once on, it would leave his charmer's smile exposed, and do nothing to tame the crown of brassy curls that rose above. The mask itself looked purely aesthetic, its scales offering neither anonymity nor protection. What are you supposed to be? She asked in Indonesian. A fish? Alucard made a noise of mock affront. Obviously, he said, brandishing the helmet. I'm a dragon. Wouldn't it make more sense for you to be a fish? Challenged Lila. After all, you do live on the sea. You are rather slippery and... I'm a dragon, he interjected. You're just not being very imaginative. Lila grinned, partly in amusement and partly in relief as they fell into familiar banter. I thought House Emery's sigil was a feather. Shouldn't you be a bird? Alucard rapped his fingers on the mask. My family is full of birds, he said, the words laced with spite. My father was a vulture. My mother was a magpie. My oldest brother is a crow. My sister a sparrow. I have never really been a bird. Lila resisted the urge to say he might have been a peacock. It didn't seem time. But our house symbol, he went on, it represents flight. And birds are not the only things that fly. He held up the dragon mask. Besides, I'm not competing for House Emery. I'm competing for myself. And if you could see the rest of my outfit, you wouldn't. Do you have wings? Or a tail? Well, no. Those would get in the way. But I do have more scales. So does a fish. Go away, he snapped, but there was humor in his voice, and as soon as they fell into an easy laugh, and then remembered where they were, who they were. Emery, called Jinnar, appearing at the captain's elbow, his mask a silver crown that curled like spun sugar, or perhaps a swirl of air, hung from his fingertips. His feet were firmly on the floor tonight, but she could practically feel the hum of energy coming off of him. See it blur his edges, like a hummingbird. How would she fight a hummingbird? How would she fight any of them? And who's this? Asked Jinnar, glancing at Lila. Why, Jinnar, said Alucard drolly. Don't you recognize our master Elzor? The magician's silver eyes narrowed. Lila raised a challenging brow. Jinnar had met the real Station Elzor back in the tavern. Now, his metallic eyes swept over her, confused and unsuspicious. Lila's fingers twitched, and Alucard's hand came to rest over her shoulder. Whether it was to show solidarity or keep her from drawing her weapon, she didn't know. Master Elzor, said Jinnar slowly, you look different tonight. But then again, he added, eyes flicking to Alucard, the light was so low in the tavern, and I haven't seen you since. An easy mistake to make, said Lila smoothly. I'm not overly fond of this place. Well, chimed in Alucard brightly. I do hope you'll overcome that once we take the stage. I'm sure I'll find my stride, retorted Lila. I'm sure you will. A beat of silence hung between them. Remarkable considering the din of the gathering crowd. Well, if you'll excuse me, said Alucard, breaking the moment. I've yet to properly harass Brost, and I'm determined to meet this Kamarov fellow. It was nice to meet you again, said Jinnar before following Alucard away. Lila watched him go, then began to weave through the crowd, trying to keep her features set in resignation, as if mind mingling with dozens of Imperial magicians was commonplace. Along one wall, tables were laden with swatches of fabric and pitchers of ink, and magicians turned through the pages of designs as they declared their banners. A crow on green, a flame on white, a rose on black. Pennants that would wave from the stands the following day. Lila plucked a crystal goblet from a servant's tray, weighing it in her fingers before remembering she wasn't here as a thief. She caught Alucard's eye and toasted him with a wink. As she lapped the hall, taking the main floor and the gallery above, sipping sweet wine, she counted the bodies to occupy her mind and keep her composure. 36 magicians, herself included, 12 from each of the 3 empires, and all marked by a mask on top of their head, or under their arm, or slung over their shoulder. 24 servants, give or take. It was hard to tell, dressed alike as they were and moving. 12 guards. 15 Ostra, judging by their haughty expressions. 6 Vestra, going by their royal pins. 2 blonde Veskins wearing crowns instead of masks, each with an entourage of 6. And a tall Pharaon with an expressionless face and an entourage of 8. The Arnesian king and queen in splendid red and gold. Prince Rai in the gallery above. And standing beside him, Kel. Lila held her breath. For once, Kel's auburn hair was swept back from his face, revealing both the crisp blue of his left eye and the glossy black of his right. He wasn't wearing his usual coat in any of its forms. Instead, he was dressed head to toe in elegant black and a gold pin over his heart. Kel had told her once that he felt more like a possession than a prince, but standing at Rai's side, one hand around his glass and the other on the rail as he gazed down at the crowd, he looked like he belonged. The prince said something, and Kel's face lit up in a silent laugh. Where was the bloodied boy who'd collapsed on her bedroom floor? Where was the tortured magician, veins turning black as he fought the talisman's pull? Where was the sad, lonely royal who'd stood on the docks and watched her walk away? The last one, she could almost see. There, at the edge of his mouth, the corner of his eye. Lila felt her body moving toward him, drawn as if by gravity, several steps lost before she caught herself. She wasn't Lila Bott tonight. She was Stacion Elzor, and while the illusion seemed to be holding well enough, she knew it would crumble in front of Kel. And in spite of that, Potiphar still wanted to catch his eye, relish his moment of surprise, watch it dissolve into recognition, and hopefully welcome. But she couldn't imagine he'd be glad to see her, not here, mingling with the throngs of competitors. And in truth, Lila savored the sensation of watching without being watched. It made her feel like a predator, and in a room of magicians, that was something. I don't believe we've met, came a voice behind her in accented English. She turned to find a young man, tall and slender, with reddish-brown hair and dark lashes circling gray eyes. He had a silver-white mask tucked beneath his arm, and he shifted it to his other side before extending a gloved hand. Kamarov, he said genially. Kamarov Loste. So this was the elusive magician, the one neither Jannar nor Alucard had managed to find. She didn't see what all the fuss was about. Stacion Elzor, she answered. Well, Master Elzor, he said with a confident smile, perhaps we will meet in the arena. She raised a brow and began to move away. Perhaps. And that was part 2. So we're getting into some like nitty gritty stuff now when it comes to the tournament politics, I guess, and the participants. I took the liberty of designing your pennant, said Rai, resting his elbows on the gallery's marble banister. I hope you don't mind. Kel cringed. Do I even want to know what's on it? Rai tugged a folded piece of fabric from his pocket and handed it over. The cloth was red, and when he unfolded it, he saw the image of a rose in black and white. The rose had been mirrored, folded along the center axis and reflected so the design was actually 2 flowers surrounded by a coil of thorns. How subtle, said Kel tonelessly. You could at least pretend to be grateful. And you couldn't have picked something a little more, I don't know, imposing? A serpent? A great beast? A bird of prey? A bloody handprint? Retorted Rye. Oh, what about a glowing red black eye? What about a glowing black eye? Kel glowered. You're right, continued Rye. I should have just drawn a frowning face, but then everyone would know it's you. I thought this was rather fitting. Kel muttered something unkind as he shoved the banner into his pocket. You're welcome. Kel surveyed the Rose Hall. You think anyone will notice that the camera of Lost Day is missing from the festivities? Rye took a sip of his drink. I doubt it, he said, but just in case. He nodded the drink at a lean figure moving through the crowd. Kel was halfway through a sip of wine when he saw the man and nearly choked on it. The figure was tall and slim, with trimmed auburn hair. He was dressed in elegant black trousers and a silver high-collared tunic, but it was the mask tucked under his arm that caught Kel's eye. A single piece of sculpted silver-white metal, polished to a high shine. His mask. Or rather, Kamarov's. Who on earth is that? That, my dear brother, is Kamarov Lost Day. At least for tonight. Damn it, Rye. The more people you tell about this plan, the more likely it is to fail. The prince waved a hand. I've paid our actor handsomely to play the part tonight, and as far as he's concerned, it's because the real Kamarov doesn't care for public displays. This is the only event where all 36 competitors are expected to show their faces, Kamarov included. Besides, Kastars is discreet. Do you know him? A passive crossed. Stop, said Kel. Please, I don't want to hear about your romantic interludes with the man currently posing as me. Don't be obscene. I haven't been with him since he agreed to take up this particular role. And that right there is a testament to my respect for you. How flattering. Rye caught the man's eye, and a few moments later, having toured the room, the false Kamarov lost it. Well, Kel supposed they were both false, but the copy of the copy ascended the stairs in the gallery. Prince Rye, said the man, bowing with a little more flourish than Kel would have used. And Master Kel, he added reverently. Master Loste, said Rye cheerfully. The man's eyes, both gray, drifted to Kel. Up close, he saw that they were the same height and build. Rye had been thorough. I wish you luck in the coming days, said Kel. The man's smile deepened. It is an honor to fight for Arness. A bit over the top, isn't he? Asked Kel as the imposter returned to on the floor. Oh, don't be bitter. Don't be bitter, said Rye. The important thing is that Kamarov has a face. Specifically, a face that isn't yours. He doesn't have the coat. No. Unfortunately for us, you can't pull coats out of your coat. Out of that coat of yours. And I figured you'd be unwilling to part with it. You'd be right. Kel was turning away when he saw the shadow moving across the floor. A figure dressed in black with the edge of a smirk and a demon's mask. It almost looked like the one he'd seen on Lila the night on Rye's masquerade. The night Astrid had taken Kel prisoner. Taken Rye's body for her own. Lila had appeared like a specter on the balcony, dressed in black and wearing a horned mask. She'd worn it then, and later, as they fled with Rye's blood-dying body between them in the sanctuary room as Kel fought to resurrect him. She'd worn it on her hair as they stood in the stone forest at the steps of the White London Castle, and it had hung from her bloody fingers when it was over. Who's that? He asked. Rye followed his gaze. Someone who clearly shares your taste for monochrome. Beyond that, Rye tugged a folded paper from his pocket and skimmed his roster. It's not Brost. He's huge. I've met Jenna. Must be Stasyon. Kel squinted, but the resemblance was already fading. The hair was too short, too dark, the mask different, the smile replaced by hard lines. Kel shook his head. I know it's mad, but for a second I thought it was... Science. You're seeing her in everyone and everything now, Kel. There's a word for that. Hallucination? Infatuation. Kel snorted. I'm not infatuated, he said. He just wanted to see her. Our paths crossed one time. Months ago, it happens. Oh, yes. Your relationship with Miss Bart is positively ordinary. Be quiet. Crossing worlds, killing royals, saving cities. The marks of every good courtship. We weren't courting, snapped Kel. In case you forgot, she left. He didn't mean to sound wounded. It wasn't that she left him. It was simply that she left. And he couldn't follow, even if he'd wanted to. And now she was back. Rye straightened. When this is over, we should take a trip. Kel rolled his eyes. Not this again. And then he saw Master Thierry's white robes moving through the hall below. All night, all week, all month, the Aven Essin had been avoiding him. Hold this, he said, passing the prince his drink. Before Rye could argue, Kel was gone. Lila slipped out before the crowd could thin, the demon mask hanging from one hand and her chosen pendant from the other. 2 silver knives crossed against the ground of black. She was in the foyer when she heard the sound of steps behind her. Not crisp boots on marble, but soft, well-worn shoes. Delilah Bart, said a calm, familiar voice. She stopped mid-stride and then turned. The head priest of the London sanctuary stood, holding a silver goblet in both hands, his fingers lazed. His white robes were trimming with gold, but his silver-white hair groomed but simple around his sharp blue eyes. Master Thierry, she said, smiling even as her heart pounded in warning. Is the Aven Essin supposed to drink? I don't see why not, he said. The key to all things, be they magical or alcoholic, is moderation. He considered the glass. Besides, this is water. Ah, said Lila, cheating a step back, the mask behind her back. She wasn't entirely sure what to do. Normally her 2 options upon being cornered were to turn and run, or fight. But neither seemed appropriate when it came to Master Thierry. Some small part of her thrilled at being recognized, and she honestly couldn't imagine drawing a knife on Kel's mentor. It's quite an outfit you're wearing, observed the Aven Essin, advancing. If you wanted an audience with Prince Rye and Master Kel, I'm sure you could simply have called one. Was a disguise really necessary? And then, reading her expression, but this disguise wasn't simply a way into the palace, was it? I'm here. Actually, I'm here as a competitor. No, you're not, he said simply. Lila bristled. How would you know? Because I selected them myself. Lila shrugged. One of them must have dropped out. He gave her a long, appraising look. Was he reading her thoughts? Could he? That was the hardest part of being plunged into a world where magic was possible. It made you wonder if everything was. Lila was neither a skeptic nor a believer. She relied on her gut and the world she could see. But the world she could see had gotten considerably stranger. Miss Bard, what trouble have you gotten into now? Before she could answer, he went on. That isn't the right question, is it? Judging by your appearance, the right question would be, where is Master Elzor? Lila cracked a smile. He's alive and well, she said. Well, he's alive. Or at least, he was the last time I checked. The priest let out a short exhale. He's fine, Master Thierry, but he won't be able to make the Essin touch, so I'll be filling in. There was another brief sigh, heavy with disapproval. You're the one who encouraged me, challenged Lila. I told you to tend your waking power, not cheat your way into an international tournament. You told me that I had magic in me. Now you don't think I have what it takes? I don't know what you have, Lila, and neither do you. And while I'm glad to hear your stay in our world has so far been fruitful, what you need is time and practice and a good deal of discipline. Have a little faith, Master Tieran. Some people believe that necessity is the key to flourishing. Those people are fools, and you have a dangerous disregard for your own life and the lives of others. So I've been told. She cheated another step back. He was in the doorway now. Are you going to try and stop me? He shot her a hard blue look. Could I? You could try. Arrest me, expose me. We can make a show of it. But I don't think that's what you want. The real Stasyon Elzor is on his way to Delonar, and won't be back in time to compete. Besides, the tournament, it's important, isn't it? She drew her finger down the doorframe. For diplomatic relations. There are people here from Veskan Faro, and what do you think they'd do if they knew where I really came from? What could they say about the doors between worlds? What would they say about me? It gets messy rather fast, doesn't it, Master Tieran? But more than that, I think you're curious to see what a Grey London girl can do. Oh, 1 second. Tieran fixed her with his gaze. Has anyone ever told you that you're too sharp for your own good? Too sharp, too loud, too reckless. I've heard it all. It's a wonder I'm still alive. Indeed. Lila's hand fell from the door. Don't tell Kel. Oh, trust me, child. That's the last thing I'll do. When you get caught, I plan on feigning ignorance about all of this. He lowered his voice and added, mostly to himself, this tournament will be the death of me. And then he cleared his throat. Does he know you're here? Lila bit her lip. Not yet. Do you plan to tell him? Lila looked to the rose hall beyond the priest. She did, didn't she? She was stooping her. So what was stooping her? The uncertainty? So long as she knew, and he didn't, he was in control. The moment he found out, the balance would shift. Besides, if Kel found out she was competing, if she found out that she'd done what she'd done to compete, she'd never see the inside of an arena. Hell, she'd probably never see anything again but the inside of a cell, and even if she wasn't arrested, she'd certainly never hear the end of it. She stepped out onto the landing, Tieran in her wake. How are they? She asked, looking out at the city. The princess? They seem well enough, and yet... Tieran sounded genuinely concerned. What is it? She prompted. Things have not been the same since the Black Knight. Prince Rai is himself, and yet he isn't. He takes to the streets less often, and garners more trouble when he does. And Kel? Tieran hesitated. Some think him responsible for the shadow that crossed our city. That's not fair, Lila snapped. We saved the city. Tieran gave a shrug as if to say, such is the nature of fear and doubt. They breed too easily. Cal and Rai had seemed happy on that balcony, but she could see it. The fraying edges of the disguise. The darkness just beyond. You better go, said the Avanescent. Tomorrow will be... well, it will be something. Will you cheer for me? She asked, forcing herself to keep her voice light. I'll pray you don't get yourself killed. Lila smirked and started down the steps. She was halfway to the street when she heard somebody say, Wait! But it wasn't Tieran. The voice was younger. One she hadn't heard in 4 months. Sharp and low, with a touch of strain, as if he were out of breath, or holding back. Kel. She hesitated on the stairs, head bowed, fingers aching where they gripped the helmet. She was about to turn around, but he spoke, calling a name. It wasn't hers. Tieran, said Kel. Please wait. Lila swallowed, her back to the head priest and the black-eyed prince. It took all of her strength to start walking again. And when she did, she didn't look back. "What is it, Master Kel?" asked Tieran. Kel felt the words dry up in his throat. Finally, he managed a single petulant sentence. "You've been avoiding me." The old man's eyes glittered, but he didn't deny the claim. "I have many talents, Kel," he said, "but believe it or not, deception has never been among them. I suspect that's why I've never won a game of Sight." Kel raised a brow. He couldn't picture the Aven SN playing in the first place. "I wanted to thank you for letting Rai and for letting me—" "I haven't let you do anything," cut in Tieran. Kel cringed. "I simply haven't stopped you because I've learned one thing about you both. If you want to do a thing, you'll do it. The world be damned." "You think I'm being selfish?" "No, Master Kel." The priest rubbed his eyes. "I think you're being human." Kel didn't know if that was a slight coming from the Avanescent, who was supposed to think him blessed. "I sometimes think I've gone mad." Tieran sighed. "Truth be told, I think everyone is mad. I think Rai is mad for putting his scheme together, madder still for planning it so well." His voice fell a measure. "I think the king and queen are mad for blaming one son above the other." Kel swallowed. "Will they never forgive me?" "Which would you rather have? Their forgiveness or Rai's life?" "I shouldn't have to choose," he snapped. Tieran's gaze drifted away to the steps of the aisle and the glittering city. "The world is neither fair nor right, but it has a way of balancing itself. Magic teaches us that much. But I want you to promise me something." "What?" The shrewd blue gaze swiveled back. "That you'll be careful." "I'll do my best. You know I don't wish to cause Rai pain, but I'm not asking you to mind Rai's life, you stupid boy. I'm asking you to mind your own." Master Tieran brought his hands to Kel's face, a familiar calm transferring like heat. Just then, Rai appeared, looking cheerfully drunk. "There you are," he called, wrapping his arms around Kel's shoulders and hissing in his ear, "Hide! Princess Cora is hunting princes." Kel let Rai drag him back inside, casting one last glance at Tieran, who stood on the steps, his back to the palace and his eyes on the night. Now up to part 4. We are like breezing through these parts right now. What the hell is going on? We're on some like crazy pace today. "What are you doing here?" "Hiding. Surely we could have hidden in the palace." "Really, Kel? You have no imagination." "It's going to sink." The bottle sloshed in Rai's hand. "Don't be ridiculous." "I think it's a valid question," retorted Kel. "They told me it couldn't be done," Rai said, toasting the arena. "Couldn't or shouldn't?" asked Kel, treading on the stadium floor as if it were made of glass. "Because if it's the latter..." "It's such a nag." Ow! Rai stubbed his foot on something, a dull pain echoing through Kel's toes. "Here," he grumbled, summoning a palmful of fire. "No." Rai lunged at him, forcing his hand close and dousing the light. "We're sneaking. Sneaking is meant to be done in the dark." "Well then, watch where you're going." Rai must have decided they'd gone far enough, because he slumped onto the polished stone floor of the arena. In the moonlight, Kel could see his brother's eyes, the circlet of gold in his hair, the bottle of spiced wine as he pulled out the stopper. Kel lowered himself to the ground beside the prince and rested against something. A platform. A wall. A set of stairs. He tipped his head back and marveled at the stadium. What little he could see. The stands soon to be filled, the ruse soon to play out, and the idea that the whole thing could actually work. Are you sure about this? Asked Kel. A little late to change our minds, mused the prince. I'm serious, Rye. There's still time. Prince took a sip of wine and set a bottle down between them, clearly considering his answer. Do you remember what I told you? He asked gently, after that night? About why I took the pendant from Holland? Kel nodded. You wanted strength. I still want it. Rye whispered. Every day, I wake up wanting to be a stronger person, a better prince, a worthy king. That wand, it's like a fire in my chest. And then there are these moments, these horrible, icy moments when I remember what I did. His hand drifted to his heart, to myself, to you, to my kingdom, and it hurts. His voice trembled. More than dying ever did. There are days when I don't feel like I deserve this. Tap the soul seal. I deserve to be... He trailed off, but Kel could feel his brother's pain, as though it were a physical thing. I guess what I'm trying to say, said Rye, is that I need this too. His eyes finally found Kel's. Okay. Kel swallowed. Okay. He took up the bottle. That said, do not try to get us both killed. Kel groaned and Rye chuckled. To clever plans, said Kel, toasting his brother, and dashing princes. To masked magicians, said Rye, swiping the wine. To mad ideas. To the Essentosh. Wouldn't it be amazing, murmured Rye later when the bottle was empty, if we got away with it? Who knows, said Kel. We just might. Rye stumbled into his room, waving off Toner's questions about where he'd been and shutting the door of the guard's face. It was dark, and he made it 3 unsteady strides before knocking his shin against the low table and swearing roundly. The room swam, a mass of shadows lit only by the pale light of the low burning fire in the hearth and the candles in the corners, only half of which had been lit. Rye retreated until his back found the nearest wall, and waited for the room to settle. Downstairs, the party had finally dissipated, the royals retreating to their wings, the nobles to their homes. Tomorrow the tournament will finally be here. Rye knew Kel's true hesitation, and it wasn't getting caught or starting trouble. It was the fear of causing him pain. Every day, Kel moved like Rye was made of glass, and was driving them both mad. But once the tournament started, once he saw that Rye was fine, that he could take it, survive it. Hell, he could survive anything. Isn't that the point? Then maybe Kel would finally let go, stop holding his breath, stop trying to protect him, and just live. Because Rye didn't need his protection, not anymore. And he'd only told a partial truth when he said they both needed this. The whole truth was, Rye needed it more. Because Kel had given him a gift he did not want, could never repay. He'd always envied his brother's strength. And now, in a horrible way, it was his. He was immortal, and he hated it. And he hated that he hated it. Hated that he'd become the thing he never wanted to be. A burden to his brother, a source of pain and suffering, a prison. Hated that he had a choice. If he'd had a choice, he would have said no. Hated that he was grateful he hadn't had a choice, because he wanted to live, even if he didn't deserve to. But most of all, Rye hated the way his living changed how Kel lived, the way his brother moved through life as if we're suddenly fragile. The black stone and whatever lived inside it, and for a time in Kel, had changed his brother, woken something restless, something reckless. Rye wanted to shout, to shake Kel and tell him to shy away from danger on his account, but charged toward it, even if it meant getting hurt. Because Rye deserved that pain. He could see his brother suffocating beneath the weight of him. And he hated it. And this gesture, this foolish, mad, dangerous gesture, was the best he could do. The most he could do. The room had steadied, and suddenly, desperately, Rye needed another drink. A sideboard stood along the wall, an ornate thing of wood and inlaid gold. Short glass goblets huddled beside a tray with a dozen different bottles of fine liquor, and Rye squinted in the dizziness, surveying the selection before reaching for the thin vial of in the back, hidden at the taller, brighter bottles. The tonic in the vial was milky white, the stopper trailing a thin stem. 1 for calm, 2 for quiet, 3 for sleep. That's what Sharon said when he prescribed it. Rye's fingers trembled as he reached for the vial, jostling the other glasses. It was late, and he didn't want to be alone with his thoughts. He could call for someone. He'd never had trouble finding company, but he wasn't in the mood to smile and laugh and charm. If Jen and Parrish were here, they'd play Sanct with him. Help him keep the thoughts at bay. But Jen and Parrish were dead. Then it was Rye's fault. You shouldn't be alive. He shook his head, trying to clear the voices, but they clung. You let everyone down. Stop, he growled under his breath. He hated the darkness, the wave of shadows that always caught up with him. He'd hoped the party would wear him down, help him sleep, but his tired body did nothing to quiet his raging thought. You are weak. He let 3 drops fall into an empty glass, followed by a splash of honeyed water. A failure! Rye tossed back the contents. Murderer! And began to count, in part to mark the effects and in part to drown the voices. He stood at the bar, staring down into the empty glass and measuring seconds until his thoughts and vision began to blur. Rye pushed away from the sideboard and nearly fell as the room tipped around him. He caught himself against the bedpost and closed his eyes. You shouldn't be alive. Tugging off his boots and feeling his way into bed, he curled around himself as the thoughts beat on. Holland's voice, the amulet, distorted now, twisting into memories of the night Rye died. He didn't remember everything, but he remembered Holland holding out the gift. For strength. He remembered standing in his chambers, slipping the pendant's cords over his head, being halfway down the hall and then nothing. Nothing until a searing heat tore through his chest. And he looked down to see his hand wrapped around the hilt of a dagger, the blade buried between his ribs. He remembered the pain and the blood and the fear, and finally the quiet and the dark. The surrender of letting go, of sinking down, away, and the shock of being dragged back, the force of it like falling, a terrible jarring pain when he hit the ground. Only he wasn't falling down, he was falling up, surging back to the surface of himself. And then the tonic finally took hold. The memories silenced as the past and present both mercifully faded, and Rye slipped feverishly into the sleep. God, that got really intense there at the end of the 4th part. Goddamn. Welcome back, Slothy. Hope you had a good nap. You missed some action between Alucard and Rye. All I'm gonna say, you have to listen to it. They met. All I'm gonna say. And Lila somehow made it into the Esentage. Lily, thank you for the 15 bits. Damn. Yeah, you'll catch up. It's fine. All I'm gonna say again, like, So Lila is now, I guess, a competitor in the Essentosh. Alucard is not too fond of that idea. But I guess we shall see how it goes. But I guess right now we're taking a small break from Red London, and we are basically one night away from the Essentosh. Fell asleep when the little girl asked Alucard about Issa and Lila was stalking him. Yeah, okay, you missed a lot. So Alucard is royal? Yes. He's part of the House of Emery, which I guess is a royal family. But it seems like, so right now we just finished a pot where it's the night before the tournament, which is called the Banner Night, where all their competitors design their banners that will be woven through the arenas. So we are very, very, very close to the tournament. My head doesn't hurt nearly as much. I'm so happy to hear that. That's good. But now, pot 5 switches over to White London again. We haven't had White London for a while, so... Holland paced the royal chamber. It was as vast and vaulting as the throne room, with broad windows to every side, built into the castle's western spire. It overlooked the entire city. From here, he could see the glow from the silt danced in moonlight, like moonlight against the low clouds. See lamps burn pale but steady, diffused by window panes and little mist. See the city, his city. Sleep and wake, rest and stir, and return to life. His head snapped up as something landed on the still. Power surged reflexively onto the surface. But it was just a bird. White and gray with a pale gold crest, and eyes that shone as black as Holland's. He exhaled. A bird. How long had it been since he'd seen one? Animals had fled with the magic long ago, rooting on the distant places where the world wasn't dying, burrowing down to reach the retreating life. Any creature foolish enough to stray within reach was slaughtered for sustenance or spell work, or both. The Danes had kept 2 horses, pristine white beasts, and even those had fallen in the days after their deaths, when the city plunged into chaos and slaughter for the crown. Holland had missed those early days, of course. He'd spent them clinging to life in a garden a world away. But here, now, was a bird. He didn't realize he was reaching toward it until it ruffled and took wing, his fingertips grazing its feathers before it was out of reach. A single bird. But it was a sign. The world was changing. Oseron could summon many things, but not this. Nothing with a heartbeat, nothing with a soul. Holland supposed that was for the best. After all, if Oseron could make a body of his own, he would have no need for Holland. And as much as Holland needed Oseron's... Hey, Eat, how's it going? And as much as Holland needed Oseron's magic, he thought of the Oshok moving freely sent a shiver through him. No, Holland was not only Oseron's partner, he was Oseron's prison. And his prisoner was growing restless. More. The voice echoed in his head. Doing fine, how are you? We're doing good. We're just cozy, reading the book. It's getting to a pretty intense part now. We're about to start a magical tournament. But we're taking a little detour, I guess. Ionic Eagle. Hey, this is such a vibe for a cozy Sunday night. I love it. Welcome in, Ionic. Hope you're having a good day. This will be a thing for a few more Sundays to come, because I don't think we can finish this book today. So we'll finish it next week, and then we have another book in the series that we're gonna read. That's probably gonna take like another like 4 or 5 streams to finish, depending on how long I will do them. So you got many, many more Sundays to just relax and get cozy. Holland took up a book and began to read, but he was only 2 pages in when the paper shuddered, as if caught by a wind, and the whole thing, from parchment to cover, turned to glass in his hands. "This is childish," he murmured, setting the ruined book aside and splaying his hands across the still. "More." He felt a tremor beneath his palms and looked down to find tendrils of fog sprawling over the stone and leaving frost flowers, ivy, fire in their wake. Holland wrenched his hands away as if burnt. "Stop this," he said, turning his gaze on the looking glass, a tall, elegant mirror between 2 windows. He looked at his reflection and saw Ulceron's impatient, impetuous gaze. "We could do more. We could be more. We could have more. We could have anything. And instead..." The magic slithered forth, snaked out from Holland's own hands. 100 wisped-thin lines that swept and arced around him, threading from wall to wall and ceiling to floor until he stood in the center of a cage. Holland shook his head and dispelled the illusion. "This is my world," he said. "It's not a canvas for your whims." "You have no vision," sulked Ulceron from the reflection. "I have vision," replied Holland. "I have seen what have happened to your world." Ulceron said nothing, but Holland could feel his restlessness. Could feel the Ashok pacing the edges of the Antari self, wearing grooves into his mind. Ulceron was as old as the world, and as wild. Holland closed his eyes and tried to force calm like a blanket over them both. He needed sleep. A large bed sat in the very center of the room, elegant but untouched. Holland didn't sleep, not well. Athos had spent too many years carving, cutting, burning, breaking the distrust of peace into his body. His muscles refused to unclench. His mind wouldn't unwind. The walls he'd built hadn't been built to come down. Athos might be dead, but Holland couldn't shake the fear that when his eyes closed, Ulceron's might open. Couldn't bear the thought of surrendering control again. He'd stationed guards beyond his room to make sure he didn't wander, but every time he woke, the chamber looked different. A spray of roses climbing a window, a chandelier of ice, a carpet of moss or some exotic fabric. Some small change wrought in the night. "We had a deal." He could feel the Ashok's will warring with his own, growing stronger every day, and though Holland was still in control, he didn't know for how much longer. Something would have to be sacrificed, or someone. Holland opened his eyes and met the Ashok's gaze. "I want to make a new deal." In the mirror, Ulceron inclined his head, waiting, listening. "I will find you another body." Ulceron's expression soured. "They are too weak to sustain me. Even Oika would crumble under my true touch." "I will find you a body as strong as mine," said Holland carefully. Ulceron looked intrigued. "An Antari?" Holland pressed on. "And his world, to make your own, and in return, you will leave this world to me. Not as it was, but as it can be, restored." Another body, another world, mused Oseron. So keen to be rid of me. You want more freedom, said Holland. I am offering it. Oseron turned the offer over. Holland tried to keep his mind calm and clear, knowing the Ashok would feel his feelings and know his thoughts. You offer me an Antari vessel. You know I cannot take such a body without permission. This is my concern, said Holland. Accept my offer and you will have a new body and a new world to do as you will, as you please. But you will not take this world. You will not ruin it. The sound was vibration through Holland's head. Very well, said the Ashok at last. Bring me another body, and the deal is struck. I will take their world instead. Holland nodded. But, added Oseron, if they cannot be persuaded, I will keep your body as my own. Holland growled, and Oseron waited. Well? A slow smile crept over the reflection. Do you still wish to make a deal? Holland swallowed and looked out his window as a second bird soared past. I do. And with that, chapter 7 just ends. Okay. So I guess Holland is now planning to sacrifice Kel, I guess? To use Kel for his own benefits? Indeed. God. And I guess we're taking a break from that again as well, because... yeah, Kel's the only other Antari. Exactly. But I guess we're taking a little break from that escapade again as well, because chapter 8... again, we're taking a break because chapter end, but I'm just going to say chapter 8 is called The Essen Tash. So we are actually going to start the tournament, I guess. But for now, small little break. Get yourself some snacks, get yourself cozy, get some drinks. Use the restroom if you guys have to. I'll stretch a bit, rest my eyes, get some fresh air, and I'll be back in like 5 minutes. And then we continue with chapter 8. All right, I'm back for a moment real quick. I'm waiting for water in a kettle to boil so I can make myself a nice little cup of tea. And also just noticed we probably have to buy some new honey soon. I was barely able to like squeeze any honey into the cup. Damn. I might have to get some new honey. Hi, Abby, how's it going? I hope you're doing well. Just mad at Minecraft. They still not fixed the realms. I make herbal tea. I'm gonna drink my usual ginger lemongrass or ginger lemon, whatever I still have left here. I have to check in a second, but I'm just waiting for the water to boil. Oh wow. 70% yes, so I'm part of the last 30% still waiting. Aw, damn. I just realized. So it's an electric kettle, right? Maybe if I want the water to boil, the kettle should be plugged in. So I'll be back in a second. All right, now the kettle is working. All right. Man, I'm stupid. I hope though, apart from the Minecraft stuff, Abby, you're having a good day. I mean, it was a stupid mistake I did. I just forgot that it was plugged in. Because it usually is. I was like wondering the entire time. It's like, why can I not hear the kettle? Because the kettle is like so close to me. But I did not. It's like, huh. I look over, I don't see the light on it. It's like, oh wait, it's not plugged in. No wonder I don't hear it. Oh well. Oh well, oh well. I make a lot of silly mistakes like that. He's a silly little guy. Making silly little mistakes. Oh, damn. I did not mean to do that. Well, I just call myself silly, I guess. Alright, I'll be back again real quick. The water's done. All right, I'm back. I wish I could have put in more honey, but not for now. Sadly. You guys are silly as well. Love y'all as well. True, true. Got a nice ginger and lemon tea now. I'm glad we still had some tea bags for that. Because it's actually one of my favorites. Oh, that sounds good as well, Slothy. I've been drinking, like, usually I drink these, especially during like the winter time when it's getting cold. I usually make like a cup almost every day. But now, doing these more, I obviously have to like take care of my throat a little bit and my voice. So getting these is also really nice now. Cinnamon vanilla spice tea. Oh, that sounds pretty cool as well. Sounds pretty good. I had like a cinnamon apple Christmas tea. It's it wasn't really too much for me, to be fair. To be honest, I usually don't really drink much tea during like the summer or anything. I usually just drink them during the winter. So it's more like those herbal teas, wintry kind of teas. Okay. Summer's so hot, yeah. That's the only reason I'm making one right now, just to like keep my throat, like take care of my throat and stuff. Cold iced teas are great as well, to be fair. Nothing goes over not just like cold brew like iced teas, but also cold brew coffees. God, they're so good. On that event thingy where I was, where like they celebrate Japanese culture, one year they had like a stand there that they made like full on fresh made iced like cold brew coffee, and it was one of the best coffees I've had. Oh my god. Like they ground the beans in front of me that fresh. Like they obviously were roasted already, but like they ground the beans, they made the coffee. I had like, I think like a caramel sauce topping on there, and it was so good. Could be a marketer, maybe. I'm just talking. Nothing special about it. You guys, stop it. I can't take it. Peace takes a lot, I guess. Guys, you're making me all blush now. That's what you get. Ooh. From your dad's side? I didn't know that. Hell yeah. That's cool. Oh my god, I just found a really cute drawing of Emily on Twitter. I'm just waiting for the tea a little bit. I'm browsing Twitter. Share cute drawing. Let's see. Let me try and set it up real quick. I have to switch to this one because this one has the browser thing. Does it show the right one? No, it's not. Oh, I meant on Discord. Nah, I can just do it here. It's fine. There. Look at it. It's so cute. It looks so cute. I love it. I'm so glad I pulled her. It's gonna take a bit until I can build her because I have other characters to build still, but I'm glad I have her. Oh, yeah, that was insane that I got her that early. Nah, guys, you stop. Stop it. Stop it. Why are you doing this? Oh my god. You guys. Oh my god. I help when I can, you know. It'd be like that. Oh, damn. Guys, please. I'm blushing over here already. I can't take this. I mean, I can also make a silly voice and talk like that. Karaoke stream? No, we are not doing a karaoke stream today. Guys. Should I talk like that for the rest now? Or should I talk like that? Oh my god. It's dangerous. What? The voice? The deep voice, okay. Nah, you're not supposed to die, Slothy. Stop attacking with your talent. I don't know what you mean. No kind of talent here. Oh my god. Calm down there, Slothy. Not calm down. To be fair, with that deep voice, I can't really do it for too long because it's actually like straining my vocal cords. Not on book day. Any other day is fine, not on book day. Do that voice whenever, but not on book day, please. We need that book. Not all the time. Do it on the spicy parts. I mean, we had some spicy parts earlier with with Ryan Alucard almost going at it. Seems like they had a thing before. Not like Alucard was like very alluring towards Rai, and it seemed like they had a thing before Alucard left. Because Kel said something about do not break his heart again. So I guess we got a little bit of a look into why Rai and Kel were so surprised to see Alucard. Can't believe I slept through spicy parts. I should have woken up. I was waiting for it as well. I was like, damn, Slothy is missing some spicy things here right now. It was a very exaggerated laugh. All right, should we continue with the book? Or give me something nice? I mean, we are at a very nice part in the book now, so... The SN Tosh! The Magic Tournament is about to start. You accept the love? Maybe. I may or may not. You guys are too sweet. God, I can already... Do carry on. Lily! Oh my god. Thank you for the 50 bits. Love you too, Lily. What the fuck? Uh-oh. You overtook Yuki though. Shit. Lily's in first place now. It's not good. All right. Let's continue with the book for real. I can already tell though. I drank like a little bit of the tea already. It already feels better. It started to get like a little bit dry and raspy for me, but I can already feel it getting better. So here we go. Chapter 8. The SN Tosh. Now where the hell do I put the cup? Because I don't have a lot of space here, but we'll find our way. Okay. Kel sat up, a scream still lodged in his throat. Sweat traced the lines of his face as he blinked away the nightmare. In his dreams, Red London was burning. He could still smell the smoke now that he was awake, and it took him a moment to realize that it wasn't simply an echo trailing him out of sleep. The bedsheets were singed where he was gripping them. He had somehow summoned fire in his sleep. Kel stared down at his hands, the knuckles white. It had been years since his control had faltered. Kel threw off his covers, and he was halfway to his feet when he heard the cascade of sound beyond the windows. The trumpets, the bells, the carriages and shouts, the tournament. His blood hummed as he dressed, turning his coat inside out several times, assuring himself that Kamarov's silver jacket hadn't been swallowed up by the infinite folds of fabric. I chew some ginger for a day and it felt better. Yeah, ginger helps so much. That's why I love this, like, ginger tea with a little bit, like, ginger lemon tea with a little bit of honey. Because honey helps as well. We're just out of honey now, so I have to grab we have to grab some new honey soon. For returning it to its royal red and heading downstairs. He put on a cursory appearance at breakfast, nodding to the king and queen, and wishing Rai luck as a flurry of attendants swirled around the prince with final plans, notes, and questions. "Where do you think you're going?" asked the king, as Kel palmed a sweet bun and turned toward the door. "Sir?" he asked, glancing back. "This is a royal event, Kel. You are expected to attend." "Of course." He swallowed. Rai shot him a look that said, "I've gotten you this far. Don't blow it now." And if he did, would Rai have to call the Castars back in to make another appearance? It would be too risky, trading the roles again in time for the fights. And Kel had a feeling Castar's charm would save him in the ring. I wouldn't save him in the ring. Kel fumbled for an excuse. "It's just, I don't think it is wise for me to stand with the royal family." "And why is that?" demanded King Maxime. The queen's gaze drifted in his direction, glancing off his shoulder. And Kel had to bite back the urge to point out that he wasn't actually a member of the royal family. At least, as the last 4 months had made abundantly clear. But Rai's look was a warning. "Well," said Kel, scrambling for an explanation, "for the prince's safety. It's one thing to put me on display with dignitaries and champions in the company of royals, Your Highness. But you've said yourself that I'm a target." The prince gave a small, encouraging nod, and Kel pressed on. "Is it really wise to put me so close to Rai in such a public forum? I was hoping to stake out a less conspicuous place, in case I'm needed. Somewhere with a good view of the royal podium, but not upon it." The king's gaze narrowed in thought. The queen's gaze returned to her tea. "Well thought," said King Maxime grudgingly. "But keep Staff and Hastra with you at all times," he warned. "No wandering off." Kel managed to smile. "There's nowhere I'd rather be." And with that, he slipped out. 1 second. "The king does know about your role," said Hastra as they walked down the stairs. "Doesn't he?" Kel shot the young guard a glance. "Of course," he said, casually. And then on a whim he added, "But the queen does not. Her nerves couldn't handle the strain." Hastra nodded knowingly. "She hasn't been the same, has she?" he whispered. "Not since that night." Kel straightened and quickened his step. "None of us have." When they reached the steps into the basin, Kel paused. "You know the plan?" "Yes, sir," said Hastra. He flashed an excited smile and disappeared. Kel shrugged off his coat and turned it inside out as he descended into the basin. Where he'd already drawn a shortcut on the glassy stone wall. His mask was sitting in its box atop the table, along with a note from his brother. "Keep this, and your head, and on your shoulders." Kel shrugged Kamarov's silver jacket on and opened the box. The mask waited within, its surface polished to mirror clarity, sharpening Kel's reflection only until it looked like it belonged to someone else. Beside the box sat a piece of rolled red fabric, and when Kel smoothed it out, he saw it was a new pendant. The two roses had been replaced by twin lions, black and white and lined with gold against the crimson ground. Kel smiled and tucked the mask on over his head, his reddish hair and two-toned eyes vanishing behind the silvery surface. "Master Kamarov," said Staff when he stepped out into the morning air. "Are you ready?" "I am," he answered in Arnesian, the edges of his voice muffled and smoothed by the metal. They started up the steps, and when they reached the top, Kel waited while the guard vanished, then reappeared a moment later to confirm the path was clear, or rather, covered. The steps were sheltered by the palace's foundation, running from river to street, and market stalls crowded the banks, obscuring the path. By the time Kel stepped out of the palace's shadow, slipped between the tents and onto the main road, the Antari royal was left behind. Kamarov Loste had taken his place. He might have been a different man, but he was still tall, lean, and dressed in silver, from mask to boot, and the eyes of the crowd quickly registered the magician in their midst. But after the first wave, Kel didn't cringe from the attention. Instead of trying to embody Rai, he embodied a version of himself. One who didn't fear the public eye, one who had power and nothing to hide. And soon he fell into an easy, confident stride. As he made his way with the crowd toward the central stadium, Staff hung back, blending in with the other guards who lined the road at regular intervals and walked among the throngs of people. Kel smiled as he mounted the bridge path from the banks to the largest of the three floating arenas. Last night, he'd imagined feeling the ground move beneath him. But that might have been the wine, because this morning, as he reached the archway to the arena floor, it felt solid as earth beneath his feet. Half a dozen other men and women, all Anesian, were already gathered in the corridor. The magicians from Faro and Vesk must be assembled in their own halls, waiting to make their grand entrance. Like Kel, they were decked out in their official tournament attire, with elegant coats or cloaks, and of course, helmets. He recognized Kisimir's coiled hair beneath a cat-like mask. Lucina stepped behind her, as if he were an actual shadow. Beside them was Brost's massive form, his features barely obscured by the simple strip of dark metal over his eyes. And there, behind a mask of scales trimmed in blue, stood Alucard. The captain's gaze drifted over Kel, and he felt himself tense. But of course, where Kel saw a foe, Alucard would have seen only a stranger in a silver mask. And one who'd obviously introduced himself at the Banner Night, because Alucard tipped his head with an arrogant smile. Kel nodded back, secretly hoping their paths might cross in the ring. Jinar appeared on a gust of wind against Kel's back, slipping past him with a breezy chuckle before knocking shoulders with Alucard. More footsteps sounded in the tunnel, and Kel turned to see that the last few Anesian joined the group. The dark shape of Station Elzor at the rear. By the way, Station Elzor is Lila. There was actually a competitor called that, but she took him out and took his place, basically. He was long and lean, his face entirely hidden by a demon's mask. For an instant, Kel's breath caught, but Rai was right. Kel was determined to see Lila Bard in every black-clad form, every smirking shadow. Station Elzor's eyes were shadowed by the mask, but up close, the demon's face was different. The horns arcing back with the skeletal jawbone collaring mouth and throat. A lock of hair, a shade darker than Lila's, traced a line like a crack between the magician's shaded brown eyes. As though his mouth was visible between the demon's teeth, Station didn't smile. Only stared at Kel. Kamarov. "Far chas," said Kel. "Good luck." "And you," replied Station simply, his voice nearly swallowed by the sudden flare of trumpets. Kel twisted back to the archways as the gate swung open, and the ceremonies began. That was part 1. Damn. Part 2. See, Paulo, said Rai, stepping out onto the stadium's royal balcony. I told you it wouldn't sink. The attendant hugged the back wall, looking ill. So far so good, Your Highness, he said, straining to be heard over the trumpets. Hydrate, I got you. Let's take a little sip of my tea. Here we go. Rai turned his smile on the waiting crowd. Thousands upon thousands have piled into the central stadium for the opening ceremonies. Above, the canvas birds dipped and soared on their silk tethers, and below, the polished stone of the arena floor stood empty, save for 3 raised platforms. Poles mounted on each hung massive banners, each with an empire's seal. The Pharaohan tree, the Vescan crow, and the Arnesian chalice. Atop each platform, 12 shorter poles stood with banners furled, waiting for their champions. Everything was perfect. Everything was ready. As the trumpets trailed off, a cold breeze rustled Rai's curls, and he touched a band of gold that hugged his temples. More gold glittered in his ears, at his throat, at collar and cuff. As it caught the light, Alucard's voice pressed against his skin. I fear you haven't enough. Rai stopped fidgeting. Behind him, the king and queen sat enthroned on gilded chairs, flanked by Lord Solinar and the Tuscan siblings. Master Chiron stood to the side. Shall I, father? The king nodded, and Rai stepped forward until he was front and center on the platform, overlooking the arena. The royal balcony sat not at the very top of the stadium, but embedded in the center of one sloping side, an elegant box halfway between the competitors' entrances and directly across from the judge's own platform. The crowd began to hush, and Rai grinned and held up a gold ring the size of a bracelet. When he spoke, the spelled metal amplified his words. The same charmed rings, albeit copper and steel, had been sent to taverns and courtyards across the city so that all could hear. During the matches, commentators would use the rings to keep the city appraised on various victories and defeats, but at this moment, the city's attention belonged to Rai. Good morning to all who have gathered. A ripple of pleased surprise went through the gathered crowd when they realized he was speaking Arnesian. The last time the tournament had been held in London, Rai's father had stood above his people and spoken High Royal, while a translator on the platform below offered the words in the common tongue. But this wasn't just an affair of state, as his father claimed. It was a celebration for the people, the city, the empire. And so Rai addressed his people, his city, and his empire in their tongue. He went a step further too. The platform below, where the translators of not only Arnes but also Pharaoh and Vesk were supposed to stand, was empty. The foreigners frowned, wondering if the absence was some kind of slight. But their expressions became buoyant when Rai continued. Glad ach, he said, addressing the Veskans. Anach kael tach. And then, just as seamlessly, he slid into the serpentine tongue of Pharaoh. Sasors noran amurs. He let the words trail off, savoring the crowd's reaction. Rai had always had a way with languages. About time he put some of them to use. My father, King Maxime, has given me the honor of overseeing this year's tournament. This time as he spoke, though his words echoed from other corners of the stadium, his voice twisting into the other 2 neighboring tongues, an illusion one Kel had helped him design, using a variety of voice and projection spells. His father insisted that strength was the image of strength. Perhaps the same was true for magic. For more than 50 years, the Element Games have brought us together through good sport and festival, given us cause to toast our Vescan brothers and sisters and embrace our Pharaohan friends. And though only one magician, one nation, can claim this year's title, We hope that the games will continue to celebrate the bond between our great empires. Rai tipped his head and flashed a devilish smile. But I doubt you're all here for the politics. I imagine you're here to see some magic. A cheer of support went through the masses. Well then, I present to you your magicians. A column of glossy black fabric unfurled from the base of the royal platform. The end weighted so it stretched taut. A matching banner unspooled from the opposite side of the arena. From Faro, our venerable neighbor to the south, I present the twins of wind and fire, Tazonmir and Tozanmir. The wave whisperer, Oranes, the unparalleled, Ostragal. As Rai read each name, it appeared in white script against the dark silk banner beneath him. From Vesk, our noble neighbors from the north, I present the mountainous Otto, the unmovable Vox, the ferocious Rule. And as each name was called, the magicians strode forward across the arena floor and took their place on the podium. And finally, from our great empire of Arnes, I present your champion, the fire cat Kisimir. A thunderous cheer went through the crowd. The Sea King, Alucard. The Windborn, Jenar. And as each magician took their place, the chosen banner unfurled above their head. And Kamarov, the Silver Knight. It was a dance, elaborate and elegant and choreographed to perfection. The crowd rumbled with applause as the last of Venetian pennants snapped in the cool morning air, a set of twin blades above Station Elzor. Over the next 5 days and nights, continued Rai, these 36 magicians will compete for the title and the crown. He touched his head. You can't have this one, he added with a wink. It's mine. A ripple of laughter went through the stands. No, the tournament crown is something far more spectacular. Incomparable riches, unmatchable renown, glory to one's name, one's house, and one's kingdom. All traces of writing vanished from the curtains of black fabric, and the lines of the tournament grid appeared in white. All right, Abby. Ooh, now we're getting the tournament grid. Who's gonna fight who? For the first round, our magicians have been paired off. As he said it, names wrote themselves into the outer edges of the bracket. Murmurs went through the crowd, and the magicians themselves stirred as they saw their opponents' names. The 18 victors, continued Rai, will be paired off again, and the 9 that advance will be placed into groups of 3, where they will face off one-on-one. From each group, only the one with the highest standing will emerge to battle in the final match. 3 magicians will enter, and only one will leave victorious. So tell me, finished Rai, twirling the golden ring between his fingers, are you ready to see some magic? The noise in the stadium rose to a deafening pitch, and the prince smiled. He might not have been able to summon fire, or draw rain, or make trees grow, but he still knew how to make an impact. He could feel the audience's excitement as if it were beating inside him. And then he realized it wasn't only their excitement he was feeling, it was also Kel's. All right, brother, he thought, balancing the gold ring on his thumb like a coin. The time has come to marvel and cheer and choose your champions. And so, without further delay, Rai flicked a gold circle up into the air, and as he did, fireworks exploded overhead. Each explosion of light had been paired with its own midnight blue burst of smoke, an illusion of night that reached only as far as the firework and set it off against the winter gray sky. He caught the ring and held it up again, his voice booming over the fireworks and the crowd's cheers. Let the games begin! That was part 2. Damn, Rai really nailing that speech though. That was great. Well, now And in 3 languages? Yeah, yeah, man can speak all the languages. Lila had lost her mind. That was the only explanation. Hey, I could only speak 2. She was standing on a platform surrounded by men and women who practically shook with power. The explosion of fireworks above and the roar of the crowd to every side, wearing a stranger's stolen clothes, and about to compete in a tournament in the name of an empire she didn't serve in a world she wasn't from. Girl in the mirror. Fair enough. She was grinning like a fool. Alucard jostled her shoulder, and she realized the other magicians were descending the platform, filing back toward the corridor from which they'd entered. She followed the procession out of the arena and across the bridge tunnel. The bridge tunnel framework. She honestly couldn't tell what was holding the stadium up, but whatever it was, she seemed to be walking on it, and back to the solid ground of the city's southern banks. Once on land, the gaps between the magicians began to stretch as they walked their own pace toward the tents, and Lila and Alucard found themselves with room to move and speak. "Still look like a fish," whispered Lila. "And you still look like a girl playing dress-up," snapped Alucard. A few silent strides later, he added, "You'll be happy to know I had a small sum sent back to our friend's home, claiming it was a competitor's bonus." "How generous," said Lila. "I'll pay you back with my winnings." Alucard lowered his voice. "Jenna will hold his pace, but there's nothing I can do about Mr. Tierren. You'd best avoid him, since he certainly knows what Stasio Nelsor looks like." Lila waved her hand. "Don't worry about that." "You can't kill the Avanescent." "I wasn't planning on it," she shot back. "Besides, Tierren already knows." "What?" His storm-dark eyes narrowed behind his scaled mask. "And since when do you call the London Avanescent by his first name? I'm pretty sure that's some kind of blasphemy." Lila's mouth quirked. "Master Tierren and I have a way of crossing paths." "All part of your mysterious past, I'm sure." "No, it's fine. Don't bother telling me anything useful. I'm only your captain, and the man who helped you send an innocent man off into Saints know Saints know what, so you could compete in a tournament you're in no way qualified to be in." "Fine," she said, "and I won't. And I thought you weren't associating with Stasio Nelsor." "Your tea collection? Ooh, let me see. Ooh, that's a lot. They look so good. Strawberry lemon, orange blossom, ooh. Ginger tea blend. Fireside vanilla spice, cinnamon apple. Honey vanilla, ooh, chamomile as well. They sound so good. Damn. And then a red, white, and blueberry iced tea. Cold brew. Let's go. They look great. I love them. Fine, she said. I won't. And I thought you weren't associating with the Stasio Nelsor. Alucard frowned, his mouth perfectly exposed beneath the mask. He appeared to be sulking. "Where are we going?" she asked to break the silence. "The tents," said Alucard, as if that explained everything. "First match is in an hour." Lila summoned the bracket in her mind, but it proved unnecessary since every scrying board they passed seemed to be showing the grid. Every pairing had a symbol beside it marking the arena. A dragon for the east, a lion for the west, a bird for the one in the center, as well as an order. According to the grid, Kisimir was set to face off against her own protege, Losen. Alucard against a Vescan named Otto, Jenar against a Pharaon with a string of syllables, and Lila? She read a name across from Strasson's, Sar Tanak. A crow to the left of the name indicated that Sar was Veskin. Any idea which one is Sar? Asked Lila, nodding to the towering blonde men and women walking ahead. Ah, said Alucard, gesturing to a figure on the side of the procession. That would be Sar. Lila's eyes widened as the shape stepped forward. That? The Veskin stood 6 feet tall and was built like a rock slab. She was a woman, as far as Lila could tell, her features stony behind her hawkish mask. Straw hair scraped into short braids that struck out like feathers. She looked like the kind of creature to carry an axe. What had Alucard said about Veskins worshipping mountains? Sar was a mountain. I thought magic had nothing to do with physical size. The body is a vessel, explained Alucard. The Veskins believe that the larger the vessel, the more power it can hold. Great, Lila muttered to herself. Cheer up, said Alucard as they neared another scrying board. He nodded to their names, positioned on opposite sides of the grid. At least our paths probably won't cross. Lila's steps slowed. You mean I have to beat all these people just for a chance to take you on? He tipped his head. You could have begged that privilege. You could have begged that privilege at any night aboard the Spire, Bard, if you wanted a swift and humiliating death. Oh, is that so? They crossed in front of the palace as they chatted, and Lila discovered that, on the far side, in place of the gardens that usually ran from Palace Wall to Copper Bridge, stood 3 tents. Great circular things sporting Empire colors. Lila was secretly glad the tents weren't floating too. She found her sea legs, of course, but had enough to worry about in the Essentage without the prospect of drowning. And you be glad you don't have Cusimir in your bracket, continued Alucard as a guard held open the curtain flap that served as the main entrance to the tent. Or Brost, you got off light. No need to sound so relieved, said Lila, trailing off as she took in the splendor of the Arnesian's tent interior. They were standing in a kind of common area at the center, the rest of the tent segmented into 12 pie-like wedges. Fabric billowed down from the peaked ceiling, just as it did in the royal palace rooms. And everything was soft and plush and trimmed with gold. For the first time in her life, Lila's awe wasn't matched by the desire to pocket anything. She was either growing too accustomed to wealth, or, more likely, had enough charges on her plate without adding theft. Believe it or not, whispered Alucard, one of us would like to see you live. Maybe I'll surprise you. You always do. He looked around, spotting his banner on one of the 12 curtained rooms. And now, if you'll excuse me, I'll have a match to prepare for. Lila waved. I'll be sure to pick up your pennant. It's the one with the fish on it, right? Har har. Good luck. Lila unfastened her helmet as she passed into the private tent marked by the black flag with crossing knives. Bloody hell, she muttered as she tugged off the mask, the devil's jaw tangling in her hair. And then she looked up and stopped. The room was many things. Simple, elegant, softened by couches and tables and billowing fabric. But it was not empty. A woman stood in the middle of the space, dressed in white and gold, holding a tray of tea. Hey, I got tea here as well. Lila jumped, fighting the urge to draw a weapon. Kersla, she snapped, her helmet resting on her head. The woman frowned slightly. Antas Arensor? We both do, it's a tea night. Let's go. Tea for everyone. I don't need an attendant, answered Lila, still in Arnesian, and still fighting with the helmet. Tea night. Let's go. The woman set down the tray, came forward, and, in one effortless motion, disentangled the knot, freeing Lila from the devil's jaws. She lifted the helmet from Lila's head and set it on the table. Lila had decided not to thank her for the unwarranted help, but the words still slipped out. "You're welcome," answered the woman. "I don't need you," repeated Lila. But the woman held her ground. "All competitors are assigned an attendant." "Well then," said Lila brusquely, "I dismiss you." "I don't think you can." Lila rubbed her neck. "Do you speak High Royal?" The woman slid effortlessly into English. "It suits my station." "As a servant?" A smile nicked the corner of the woman's mouth. "As a priest?" Of course, thought Lila. Master Tieran chose the competitors. It made sense that he would supply the attendants too. "The prince insists that all competitors be provided an attendant to see their various needs." Lila raised a brow. "Like what?" The woman shrugged and gestured to her chair. Lila tensed. There was a body in it. It had no head. The woman crossed to the form, and Lila realized that it wasn't a headless corpse after all, but a set of armor. Not polished like the kind worn by the royal guards, but simple and white. Let's go to Germany one day. It's beautiful out there. Yeah, Germany has some really pretty corners that I want to visit at some point as well. Especially like more like countryside, rural, like southern Germany, the Black Forest, the mountainous areas, and the Alps. They're beautiful. Yeah, road trip. We all go on a road trip together. That would be so fun. Y'all come here and we go together. Fuck yeah. Lila found herself reaching for the nearest piece. When she lifted it, she marveled at its lightness. It didn't seem like it would do much to protect her. She tossed it back into the chair, but the attendant caught it before it fell. "Careful," she said, setting the piece down gently. "The plates are fragile." "What good is fragile armor?" asked Lila. The woman looked at her as though she asked a very stupid question. Lila hated that kind of look. "This is your first lesson, Tush," she said. It wasn't an inquiry. Without waiting for confirmation, the woman bent to a chest beside the chair and drew out a spare piece of armor. She held it up for Lila to see, and then threw it against the ground. When it met the floor, the plate cracked, and as it did, there was a flash of light. Lila winced as the sudden brightness in the flare's wake. The armor plate was no longer white, but dark gray. "This is how they keep score," explained the attendant, retrieving the spent armor. "A full set of armor is 28 pieces. The first magician to break 10 wins the match." Lila reached down to look at the ruined plate. "Anything else I should know?" she asked, turning it over in her hands. "Well," said the priest, "you cannot strike blows with your body, only your elements. But I'm sure you already knew that." Lila hadn't. A trumpet sounded. The first matches were about to begin. "Do you have a name?" she asked, handing the plate back. "Easter." "Well, Easter," Lila backed away toward the curtain. "Do you just stand here until I need you?" The woman smiled and dug a volume from a pocket. "I have a book." "Let me guess. A religious text?" "Actually," said Easter, perching on the low couch, "it's about pirates." Huh? Coincidence? One second. Coincidence that her attendant is reading a pirate book? Huh. Lila smiled. The priestess was growing on her. "Well," said Lila, "I won't tell the Avanescent." Ista's smile tilted. "Who do you think gave it to me?" She turned the page. "Your match is at 4, Master Station. Don't be late." Master Kamarov, came a cheerful voice as Kel stepped into the tent. Pestra! The young guard's armor and cape were gone, and in their place, he wore a simple white tunic trimmed with gold. A scarf marked with the same gold trim wrapped loosely around his face and throat, masking all but his aquiline nose and warm brown eyes. A curl escaped the wrap, and then he pulled the scarf down around his neck. Kel saw that he was grinning. Saints, he looked young, like a sanctuary novice. Kel didn't bother removing his helmet. It was too dangerous, and not only because he could be recognized. The mask was a constant reminder of the ruse. Without its weight, he might forget who he was and who he wasn't. Reluctantly, he shed the silver coat and and left it on a chair while Hashra fitted the plates of armor over his long-sleeved tunic. In the distance, trumpets sounded. The first 3 matches were about to begin. There was no telling how long the opening rounds would take. Some might last an hour, others would be over in minutes. Kel was the 3rd match in the Western Arena. His first opponent was a Faroan wind mage named Ostranes. He went over these details in his mind as the plates of armor were fastened and tightened. He didn't realize Hashra had finished until the young guard spoke. Are you ready, sir? A mirror stood before one curtained wall, and Kel considered himself heart-pounding. You must be excited, Hashra had said, and Kel was. At first, he thought it madness. And honestly, if he thought about it too hard, he knew it was still madness, but he couldn't help it. Logic be damned, wisdom be damned. He was excited. This way, said Hashra, revealing a second curtained door at the outside edge of the private tent. It was almost as if the addition had been designed with Kel's deception in mind. Perhaps it was. Saints, how long had Rai been planning the charade? Perhaps Kel hadn't given his wayward brother enough credit, and perhaps Kel himself wasn't paying enough attention. He had been spending too much time in his rooms, or in the basin, and he had taken to assuming that just because he could sense Rai's body, he also knew his brother's mind. Obviously, he was mistaken. Since when are you so invested in the Empire politics? I'm invested in my kingdom, brother. Rai had changed. That much Kel had noticed. But he had only seen his brother's varying moods, the way his temper darkened at night. This was different. This was clever. But just to be safe, Kel took up his knife, discarded along with his coat, and pulled back one of the tent's many tapestries. Hashra watched as he nicked the soft flesh of his forearm and touched his fingers to the welling blood. On the canvas wall, he drew a small symbol, a vertical line with small horizontal mark on top of leading to the right, and another to the bottom, leading to the left. Kel blew on it until it was dry, then let the tapestry swing back into place, hiding the symbol from sight. Hashra didn't ask. He simply wished him luck, then hung back in the tent as Kel left. Within several strides, a royal guard, staff, fell and stepped beside him. They walked in silence, the crowds on the streets. Men and women who cared less for the matches than the festivities surrounding them, parting around them. Here and there, children waved banners, and Kel caught sight of tangled lions amid the other pennants. Kamarov! Shouted someone, and soon the chant was carried on in the air. Kamarov! Kamarov! The name trailing behind him like a cape. That was part 3. Ooh, we're getting so close. The matches are about to begin. Part 4. Alucard! 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 Chanted the crowd. Lila hadn't missed the beginning of the fight, but it didn't matter. Her captain was winning. The eastern arena was filled to capacity, the lower levels shoulder to shoulder, while the upper tiers afforded worse views but a little more air. Lila had opted for one of the highest tiers open to the public, balancing the desire to study the match with the need to maintain anonymity. Stasion's black hat perched on her brow, and she leaned her elbows on the railing and watched dark earth swirl around Alucard's fingers. She imagined she could see his smile, even from this height. Prince Rai, who had appeared a few minutes before, cheeks flushed from traveling between the stadiums, now stood on the royal balcony and watched with rapt attention, the stern-looking pharaoh and noble at his shoulder. Two poles rose above the royal platform, each bearing a pendant to mark the match. Alucard's was a silver feather, or a drop of flame, she couldn't tell, against a backdrop of dark blue. She held a copy in one hand. The other pendant bore a set of 3 stacked white triangles on forest green. Alucard's opponent, a Vescan named Otto, wore an ancient-looking helmet with a nose plate and a domed skull. Otto had chosen fire to Alucard's earth, and both were now dancing and dodging each other's blows. The smooth stone of the arena floor was dotted with obstacles, rock formations offering cover as well as a chance for ambush. And they must have been warded, since Alucard never made them move. Otto was surprisingly quick on his feet for a man nearly 7 feet tall, but his skill was one of blunt force, while Alucard's was sleight of hand. Lila couldn't think of it any other way. Most magicians, just like most ordinary fighters, gave away their attack by moving in the same direction as their magic. But Alucard could simply stand perfectly still while his element moved, or in his case, could dodge one way and send his power another. And through that simple, effective method, had scored 8 hits to Otto's 2. Alucard was a showman, adding flourish and flair, and Lila had been on the receiving end of his games enough times to see that he was now playing with the Vescan, shifting into defensive mode to prolong the fight and please the crowd. A cheer rose from the western arena, where Kisimir was going up against her protege Losen, and moments later the words on the nearest bracket board shifted, Losen's name vanishing and Kisimir's writing itself into the advancing spot. In the arena below, flames circled Otto's fists. The hardest thing about fire was putting force behind it, giving it weight as well as heat. The Vescan was throwing his own weight behind the blows instead of using the fire's strength. Magic is like the ocean, Alucard had told her first lesson. When waves go the same way, they build. When they collide, they cancel. Get in the way of your magic and you break the momentum. Move with it and... The air around Lila began to tingle pleasantly. Master Tierin, she said without turning. The Yavin Essence stepped beside her. Master Station, he said carefully, shouldn't you be getting ready? I fight last, she said, shooting him a glance. I wanted to see Alucard's match. Supporting friends? She shrugged. Studying opponents. I see. Tierin gave her an appraising look, or perhaps it was disapproving. He was a hard man to read, but Lila liked him. Not just because he didn't try to stop her, but because she could ask him questions, and he clearly didn't believe in protecting a person by keeping them in the dark. He'd entrusted her with a difficult task once, he'd kept her secrets twice, and he'd let her choose her own path at every turn. Lila nodded at the royal box. The prince seems keen on this match, she ventured, as down below Otto narrowly escaped a blow. But who's the pharaoh? Lord Solinar, said Tierin, the older brother of the king. Lila frowned. Shouldn't being the eldest make him the king? In Pharaoh, the descent of the crown is not determined by the order of birth, but by their priests. Lord Solinar has no affinity for magic, thus he cannot be king. Lila could hear the distaste in Tierin's voice, as he could tell it wasn't for Solinar, but for the priests who deemed him unworthy. She didn't buy into all that nonsense about magic sorting the strong from the weak, making some kind of spiritual judgment. No, that was too much like fate. And Lila didn't put much stock in that. A person chose their path, or they made a new one. Yuki. Thank you for the hydrate and the posture check. I appreciate it. How are you doing, Yuki? You may can see. Playing. Rip. Alright, we'll wait for the ads to get over, I guess, for a moment here, until everybody's back. Okay, clear. Alright. Yeah, I was about to say I was waiting for the ads to be over. Like, I was about to say, Yuki, don't look at the bit score. Somebody took you over. Alright. How do you know so much? She asked. I've spent my life studying magic. I didn't think we were talking about magic. We were talking about people, he said, his eyes following the match. And people are the most variable and important component in the equation of magic. Magic itself is, after all, a constant, a pure and steady source, like water. People and the world they shape. They are the conduits of magic, determining its nature, coloring its energy, the way a dye does water. You, of all people, should be able to see that magic changes in the hands of men. It is an element to be shaped. As for my interest in Faro and Vesk, the Arnesian Empire is vast. It is not, however, the extent of the world. And last time I endeavored to check magic existed beyond its borders. I'm glad of the Essentage, if only for that reminder and for the chance to see how magic is treated in other lands. Oh my god, no. Thank you for the 54 bits, Yuki. Claiming her first place again. Of course. I hope you've written this all down somewhere, she said. For prosperity and all. He tapped the side of his head. I keep it someplace safe. Lila snorted. Her attention drifted back to Solinar. Men talked, and men at sea talked more than most. Is it true what they say? I wouldn't know, Master Elsor. I don't stay apprised. She doubted he was half as naive as he seemed. That Lord Solinar wants to overthrow his brother and start a war? Where was I now? Oh, Tieran brought his hand down on her shoulder, his grip surprisingly firm. Mind that tongue of yours, he said quietly. There are too many ears for such careless remarks. They watched the rest of the match in silence. It didn't last long. So I paid for 94, but I guess it didn't register. I don't remember having 54, so maybe it just scammed me. What? That's weird that you only got 54. I don't remember Twitch changing anything about buying bits. So I don't know. That is weird. I appreciate it either way though, Yuki. Buy some bits just to check. Oh god. I don't think they changed anything though. I haven't seen like any announcements on it or any tweets. Oh, I have to read. Oh, okay. So they're there now. Okay. Hopefully no scam, no scammerino. I mean, to be fair, the whole design of the whole new design of the mobile app is just dumb, in my opinion. I really don't like how the app looks now. Thank you for that 95 as well now, Yuki. Thank you. I appreciate it. Wait. I've never seen that before. Slothy, thank you. How many bits is that for that message to pop up like that? It doesn't even like show up anywhere. What? It's just 20. Oh, okay. Yeah, the app is just so weird now. I really don't like this. Thank you for the 20 bits though, then Slothy, I appreciate it. It's also just weird that it doesn't like show up there at the top where like all the bits show up, like where and all. It's just there, I guess. But I appreciate it. Love you too. Love all of you guys. You guys are the best. It's weird, yeah. Rep the leaderboard. Another 50, thank you. Whispers, yeah, the whispers are so weird. I don't even get like you know how usually when you had like the whispers, there would like a little banner would pop at the top of the screen that like with the message. I don't get that anymore. Like I was talking to Slothy in Whispers yesterday, and like none of her messages would like pop up in that regard. Like I always just had to check manually. It's so bad. I hate it. That's why I didn't respond in the beginning. I literally didn't know that they were sent. It's fucking rude is what it is. Twitch revolt time. Yeah, no, it was evil dream version of me. I wish we could change it back, because I really don't like that new layout. That too, like whispers have always been like weird. I never get a notification. I never got a notification on my phone when I'm not in the app. Like it was only if I'm in the app, and then it would pop up as like a little banner at the top of the screen. But now that doesn't even happen anymore because they got moved. It's so bad. God, there. Let me see. I'll just send you a whisper real quick, Yuki, just as a check. To see if it pops up for you. I even misspelt, but here you go. Yeah, I just sent one. If it didn't pop up, then I guess. It's so stupid. Yeah, no pop-up. It's awful. It's so bad. At least on PC, it would like usually I think pop up as like a little extra like window at the bottom. But on mobile now, if you don't look at your activities, if you just have like a stream open and you don't like click out of it the entire time, you just don't know. And most of the time, you're just watching the stream. You're not looking, like you're not scrolling through anything else. So how are you supposed to know that somebody is messaging you? Unless they told you in the chat at some point, it's like, yo, I sent you a whisper. Okay, I feel like they just don't have that feature on whispers anymore in general. The funny thing was, actually, I changed some settings around. I turned on like that smart notification setting because I thought that would fix that. And then when I woke up, my mom asked me, like, did you change some settings or something? Because like every few minutes or something, she would get a notification on her phone because she's logged in with my email account that like an email came in of this person went live, this person went live, this person went live. And she thought it was like a scam or something because that never happened before. It's like, oh, yeah, let me just change that again real quick. Yeah, it was something. Yeah, it's like you never, like, imagine like you never got these notifications and all of a sudden, like every few minutes, this person went live, 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 this person went live. You'd be confused as well. I would slowly go insane. I'm already like somewhat getting annoyed sometimes with like the amount of notifications I can get on my phone of like, hey, live, like this person's live, this person's live. But like, imagine getting that as an email every single time somebody goes live. Nah, I immediately disabled that again. That was not a good setting. A new torture form. It really feels like it, that's for sure. Ooh. All right, let's go back to the book. We are at a crucial part in a fight with Alucard and the Faroan guy. Where was I? There. They watched the rest of the match in silence. It didn't last long. Alucard was a blur of light, his helmet winking in the sun as he spun behind a boulder and around the other side. Lila watched, mesmerized, as he lifted his hands, and the earth around him shot forward. Otto pulled his fire around him like a shell, shielding front and back on every side. Which was great, except he obviously couldn't see through the blaze. Something to tell you about in private? Just message me. So he didn't notice the moment the earth changed direction and flew up into the air, pulling itself together into clods before it fell. Not with ordinary force, but raining down in a blur. The crowd gasped, and the Vescan looked up too late. His hands shot. Oh yeah, he's fighting a Vescan, not a. Was he? I thought he was fighting a. I don't know. His hands shot skyward. And so did the fire, but not fast enough. 3 of the missiles found their mark, colliding with shoulder and forearm and knee hard enough to shatter the armor plates. Prefer calling, so it's whenever you're done. Okay. Sure, we can do that. I don't know how much longer I'll be doing. I don't know how much longer this chapter is. Oh, there's still a good bunch, so yeah, we might have to do that tomorrow. Okay, with shoulder and forearm and knee hard enough to shatter the armor plates. In a burst of light, the match was over. An official, a priest judging by his white robes, held a gold ring to his lips and said, "Alucard Emery advances." The crowd thundered with applause, and Lila looked up at the royal platform, but the prince was gone. She glanced around, already knowing that Hieron was too. Trumpets sounded from the central arena. Lila saw that Jinar had advanced. She scanned the list of the central arena's next match. Tazon Mir. Read the top name, and just below it, Kamarov. Asking me if I have a gambling problem. Gotta love those banner ads. The magic sang in Kel's blood as the crowd roared in the arena above. Saints had every single person in Red London turned up to witness the opening rounds. Jinar passed him in the tunnel on the way out of his match. Didn't even look like he'd broken a sweat. "Bachas," called the silver-eyed magician. Peeling off the remains of his armor. By the looks of it, he'd only broken 3 plates. "I don't have a problem." That's what they all say. "Rensatov," answered Kel, automatically as his chest hummed with nervous energy. What was he thinking? What was he doing there? This was all a mistake. And yet, his muscles and bones still ached for a fight, and beyond the tunnel, he could hear them calling the name Kamarov. And even though it wasn't his, it still sent a fresh burst of fire through his veins. His feet drifted toward their own accord, forward of their own accord, and to the mouth of the tunnel, where the 2 attendants waited, a table between them. "The rules have been well explained?" asked the first. "And are you ready, willing, and able?" prompted the second. Kel nodded. He'd seen enough tournament matches to know the way things worked. And Rai had insisted on running through each and every one of them again, just to make sure. As the tournament went on, the rules would shift to allow for longer, harder matches. The S and Tosh would become far more dangerous then. For Kel and Rai both. But the opening rounds were simply meant to separate the good from the very good, the skilled from the masters. Yo, Ellen. Marty, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Hope you're having a good day. A selection of glass spheres sat on the table, much like the ones that Kel had once used to try to teach Rai magic. Each sphere contained an element: dark earth, tinted water, colored dust, to give the wind shape. And in the case of fire, a palmful of oil to create a flame. Kel's hand drifted over the orbs as he tried to decide which one he should pick. As an Antari, he could wield any of them. Oh yeah, that's going to be interesting. What element is he going to choose? And what is the first fight going to be? How will he do? As an Antari, he wielded any of them. As Kamarov, he would have to choose. His hand settled on a sphere containing water, stained a vivid blue so it would be visible to the spectators once he entered the arena. The 2 attendants bowed, and Kel stepped out into the arena, ushered forth on a wave of noise. He squinted up through his visor. It was a sunny winter day, the cold biting but the light bright, glinting off the arena's spires and the metallic thread and the banners that waved from every direction. The lions on Kel's pennant winged at him from all around the arena. Hey, let's go, Abby. You got it. While Tazon Mir's silver blue spiral stood out here and there against its black background. Oh shit. An ad on the songs, on the music, no. Her twin sister, Tozanmir, sported the inverse, black on silver blue. The drama and spectacle had always seemed silly from afar, but standing here on the arena floor, instead, I lost my trail here. Okay, standing here on the arena floor, instead up on the stands, Kel felt himself getting caught up in the show. His heart thrummed, his body eager for the fight, and he looked up past the crowds to the royal platform where Rai had taken his place beside the king. Looking down, their eyes met, and even though Rai couldn't possibly see Kel's through his mask, he still felt the look. He still felt the look pass between them like a taut sting, a string being plucked. So I guess Kel now chose water to fight, from what it seems. Do try not to get us both killed. Rai gave a single, almost imperceptible nod from the balcony, and Kel wove between the stone obstacles to the center of the arena. Tazon Mir had already entered the ring. She was clothed like all pharaohs in a single piece of wrapped fabric. You have to stick to his two choices. Well, so far we know water. He's got to choose water. Its details lost beneath her armor. A simple helmet did more to frame her face than mask it, and silver blue gems shone like beads of sweat along her brow and down her cheeks. In one hand, she held an orb filled with red powder, a wind mage. Kel's mind raced. Air was one of the easiest elements to move, and one of the hardest to fight. But force came easy, and precision did not. A priest in white robes stood on a plinth atop the lowest balcony to officiate the match. He motioned, and the two came forward, nodded to the royal platform, and then faced each other, each holding out their sphere. The sand in Tazonmir's orb began to swirl, while the water in Kel's sloshed lazily. Then, either silence fell across the stadium, or Kel's pulse. Then, either silence fell across the stadium, or Kel's pulse drowned out everything. The crowds, the flapping pennants, the distant cheers from other matches. Somewhere in that void of noise, the spheres fell, and the first sound that reached Kel's ears was the crystalline sound of them shattering against the floor. For an instant, the blood in Kel's veins quickened and the world around him slowed, and then, just as suddenly, it snapped back into motion. The Pharaoh's wind leapt up and began to coil around her. The dark water swirled around Kel's arms before pooling above his palms. The Pharaoh jerked, and the red-tinted wind shot forth with spear-like force. Kel lunged back just in time to dodge one blow, and he missed a second as it smashed against his side, shattering a plate and showering the arena in light. The blow blocked Kel's breath. The blow knocked Kel's breath away. Anyone have an Apple product? I don't. I used to have an iPod Touch, but it's been ages. The blow knocked Kel's breath away. He stole a glance up at Rai in the royal box, and saw him gripping his chair and gritting his teeth. At a glance, it could have possibly passed for concentration, but Kel knew what it was for, an echo of his own pain. He uttered a silent apology, and then dove behind the nearest mound of rock, narrowly escaping another hit. He rolled and came to his feet, grateful the armor was designed to respond only to attacks, not self-inflicted force. No use for it. Yeah, I don't know what to do with these. Like, that's a thing right now for drops, I guess. If you buy, like, gift subs to somebody, you get them. Narrowly escape. He rolled up above, Rai gave him a withering look. Kel considered the two pools of water still hovering above his hands and imagined Holland's voice echoing around the arena, tangled in the wind, taunting. Fight. Shielded by the rock, he held up one hand, and the watery sphere above his fingers began to unravel into 2 streams, and then 4, and then 8. The cords circled the arena from opposite sides, stretching thinner and thinner into ribbons, and then threads, and then filaments, crisscrossing into a web. In response, the red wind picked up, sharpening the way his water had, a dozen razors of air. Tazonmir was trying to force him out. Kel winced as a sliver of wind nicked his cheek. His opponent's voice began to carry on the air from a dozen places, and to the rest of the arena it would look like Kel was fighting blind. But Kel could feel the Fair One, the blood and magic pulsing through her skin, beneath her skin, the tension against the threads of water as he pulled them taut. Where? There. He spun, launching himself not to the side, but up. He mounted the boulder, the second orb freezing the instant before it left his hand. It splintered as it hurled toward Tazonmir, who managed to summon a shield out of her wind before the shards could hit. But she was so focused on the attack from the front that she had forgotten the web of water, which had reformed in the span of a second into a block of ice behind her. It crashed into her back, shattering 3 plates that guarded her spine. The crowd erupted as the Pharaoh fell forward to her hands and knees, and the water sailed back to Kel's side and twisted around his wrists. It had been a feint, the same one he'd used on Holland, but unlike the Antari, Tazonmir didn't stay down. A moment later, she was back on her feet, the red wind whipping around her as the broken plates fell away. 3 down, thought Kel. 7 to go. He smiled behind his mask, and then they both became a blur of light and wind and ice. Rye's knuckles tightened on the arms of his chair. Below, Kel dodged and dodged the Pharaoh's blows. Even as Kamarov, he was incredible. He moved around the arena with staggering grace, barely touching the ground. Rye had only seen his brother fight in scuffles and brawls. Was this what he'd look like when he'd faced Holland? Or Atos Dane? Or was this the product of the months spent in the basin, driven by his own demons? Kel landed another hit, and Rye found himself fighting back a laugh at the absurdity of what they were doing, at the very real pain in his side, at the fact that he couldn't make it stop, the fact that he wouldn't, even if he could. There was a kind of control in letting go, giving in. Our magicians are very strong this year, he said to his father. But not too strong, said the king. Chiron has chosen well. Let us hope the priests of Faro and Vesk have done the same. Rye's brow crinkled. I thought the whole point of this was to show our strength. His father gave him a chiding look. Never forget, Rye, that you are watching a game. One with 3 strong but equal players. And what if, one year, Vesk and Faro play to win? Then we would know. Know what? The king's gaze returned to the match. That war is near. In the arena below, Kel rolled, then rose. The dark water swirled and swerved around him, slipping under and around the Pharaoh's wall of air before slamming into her chest. The armor there shattered into light with the blow, and the crowd burst into applause. Kel's face was hidden, but Rye knew he was smiling. Show off, he thought, just before Kel dodged too slowly and let a knife-like gust of wind get through, the blow slamming against his ribs. Light erupted in front of Rye's eyes, and behind them as he caught his breath. Pain burned across his skin, and he tried to imagine he could draw it in, away from Kel, and ground it in himself. You look pale, observed the king. Rye sank back against the chair. I'm fine. And he was. The pain made him feel alive. His heart pounded in his chest, racing alongside his brother's. King Maxime got to his feet and looked around. Where is Kel? He asked. His voice had taken to hardening around hardening around the name in a way that turned Rye's stomach. I'm sure he's around, he answered, gazing down at the two fighters in the ring. He's been looking forward to the tournament. Besides, isn't that what Stuff and Hashira are for? Keeping track of him? They've grown soft in their duties. When will you stop punishing him? Snapped Rye. He's not the only one who did wrong. Maxim's eyes darkened. And he's not the future king. What does that have to do with it? Everything, said his father, leaning close and lowering his voice. You think I do this out of spite? Some ill-born malice? This is meant to be a lesson, Rye. Your people will suffer when you err, and you will suffer when your people do. Believe me, muttered Rye, rubbing an echo of pain across his ribs. I am suffering. Below, Cal ducked and spun. Rye could tell the fight was coming to an end. The Faroan was outmatched. She'd been outmatched from the beginning, and her motions were slowing, while Kel's only grew faster, more confident. Do you really think his life's in danger? If not his life, it's not his life I'm worried about, said the king. But Rye knew that wasn't true. Not entirely. Kel's power made him a target. Vesk and Faro believed that he was blessed, the jewel in the Anesian crown, the source of power that kept the Empire strong. It was a myth Rye was pretty certain the Anesian crown perpetuated, but the dangerous thing about legends was that some people took them to heart. And those who thought Kel's magic guarded the Empire might also think that by eliminating him, they could hobble the kingdom. Others thought that if they could steal him, the strength of Arnes would be theirs. But Kel wasn't some talisman, was he? When they were children, Rye looked at Kel and only saw his brother. As they grew older, his vision changed. Some days, he thought he saw darkness. Other times, he thought he saw a god. Not that he would ever tell that Kel. He knew Kel hated the idea of being chosen. Rye thought there were worse things to be. Kel took another hit down in the arena, and Rye felt the nerves sink down his arm. Are you sure you're all right? Pressed his father, and Rye realized his knuckles had gone white on the chair. Perfectly, he said, swallowing the pain as Kel delivered the final two blows back to back, ending the match. The crowd erupted in applause as the Faroan staggered to her feet and nodded, the motion stiff, before retreating from the ring. Kel turned his attention to the royal balcony and bowed deeply. Rye raised his hand, acknowledging the victory, and the figure in silver and white vanished into the tunnel. Father, said Rye, if you don't forgive Kel, you will lose him. There was no answer. Rye turned toward his father, but the king was already gone. And that's the end of part 4. Ah, damn. Ooh, Slothy, I just saw the picture you sent in the Discord. Yo, look at that pizza. It looks good though. I want a slice as well. Won't call ambulance. Man, now I'm getting hungry again. I might have to warm up some of our leftover dinner. We had a nice like chili con carne, so I'm probably just gonna warm that up later. Pizza party, anyone? Yes! Yes, please. Please. All right. This is my place for a pizza party. Let's go. We definitely have to. I ate 4 slices. Well, just throw a slice over, right? That's how it works. To be fair, nothing like there's something about like leftover pizza, like for the next day, eating it cold. I love it. Dixie sad I can't visit. I know. It's especially worse for me because I'm like the furthest away from all of you right now. Like I'm on a whole other. I'm on the other side of the fucking globe. At least you two are closer by distance. I'm just like on the opposite side. Gone. Hey, who wants to leave the comfort of their house anyway? Like, come on. And apparently in your dreams as well. Remote plays here always. Okay. I didn't want to travel. I hate being trapped at home. I really want to travel more as well, but that means I need money. And I just don't have money. Ooh, are we going to see Lila's first match soon? Because, ooh, this is going to be interesting. Alright, let's see. Pop 5. People always said that waiting was the worst part. And Lila agreed. So much so, in fact, that she rarely waited for anything. Waiting left too much room for questions, for doubt. It weakened a person's resolve. Which was probably why, as she stood in the tunnel of the Western Arena waiting for her match, she started to feel like she'd made a terrible mistake. Dangerous, reckless, foolish, mad. A chorus of doubt so loud her boots took a step back of their own accord. In one of the other stadiums, the crowds cheered as an Arnesian emerged victorious. Lila retreated another step, and then she caught sight of the flag. Her flag in the stands, and her steps ground to a halt. I am Delilah Bard, she thought. Pirate, thief, magician. Her fingertips began to thrum. I have crossed worlds and taken ships, fought queens and saved cities. Her bones shuddered and her blood raced. I am one of a kind. The summoning trumpets blared, and with them, Lila forced herself forward. Through the archway, her orb hanging from her fingers. Iridescent oil sloshed inside, ready to be lit. As soon as she took the field, the anxiety bled away, leaving a familiar thrill in its wake. Dangerous, reckless, foolish, mad. The voices started up again, but they couldn't stop her now. The waiting was over. There was no turning back, and that simple fact made it easier to go forward. The stands let out a cheer as Lila entered the arena. From the balcony, the stadium had looked considerable. From the floor, it looked massive. I have a bestie in England, you in Germany, another friend in Chicago, one in Texas. They're all so far, yeah. I have a few in England, I have a few... And then, like, all scattered across the US as well. I feel you. Yeah, God. So like New York, Indiana, Michigan. I know some people from like Florida, Colorado, everywhere. Just like okay, where was I? The voices started up again. I couldn't take. Okay, the stands let out a cheer as Lila entered the arena. From the balcony, the stadium had looked considerable. From the floor, it looked massive. She scanned the crowd. There were so many people, so many eyes on her. As a thief in the night, Lila Bart knew that staying out of the light was the surest way to stay alive. But she couldn't help it. She relished this kind of trick. Standing right in front of a mark while you pocketed their coins. Smiling while you stole. Looking them in the eye and daring them to see past the ruse. Because the best tricks were the ones pulled off not while the mark's back was turned, but while they were watching. And Lila wanted to be seen. And she saw the Veskin. She saw her enter the arena, crossing the wide space in a matter of strides before coming to a stop in the center. Standing still, she looked like she'd grown straight out of the stone floor and towering oak of a woman. Lila had never thought of herself as short, but next to the Veskin, she felt like a twig. The bigger they are, thought Lila, the harder they fall, hopefully. At least the armor plates were sized to fit, giving Lila a bigger target. Sar's mask was made of wood and metal twined together into some kind of beast, with horns and a snout, and slitted eyes through which Sar's own blue ones shone through. In her hand hung an orb full of earth. Lila's teeth clenched. Earth was the hardest element. Almost any blow could break a plate. But it was also given in the smallest quantity. Air was everywhere, which meant fire was too, if you could wrangle it into shape. Sar bowed, her shadow looming over Lila. The Veskin's flag rippled overhead, a cloudless blue marked by a single yellow X. Between Sar's letter and Lila's knives, the crowd was a sea of crossed lines. Most were silver on black, but Lila thought that it probably had less to do with rumors of Station Elsor's skill, and more to do with the fact he was Arnesian. The locals would always take the majority. Right now, their loyalty was by default, but Lila could earn it. She imagined an entire stadium of black and silver flags. Don't get ahead of yourself. The arena floor was dotted with obstacles, boulders and columns and low walls all made from the same dark stone as the floor, so that the competitors and their elements stood out against the charcoal backdrop. The trumpets trailed off, and Lila's gaze rose to the royal balcony, but the prince wasn't there. Only a young man wearing a green cape and a crown of polished wood and threaded silver, one of the Veskan royals, and Master Tyran. Lila winked, and even though the Evanescent probably couldn't see, his bright eyes still seemed to narrow in disapproval. A tense quiet fell over the crowd, and Lila twisted back to see a man in white and gold robes on the judge's platform that's cantilevered over the arena. His hand was up, and for a second she wondered if he was summoning magic, until she realized he was only summoning silence. Sar held out her sphere, the earth rising and rattling inside with nervous energy. Kel swallowed and lifted her own, the oil disturbingly still by comparison. Taiga, taiga, burning bright. Her fingers tightened on the orb, and the surface of the oil burst into flame. The effect was impressive, but it wouldn't last. Not with so little air in the sphere. She didn't wait. The instant the man in white began to lower his hand, Lila smashed the orb against the ground, sending up a burst of air-starved flame. The force of it jolted Lila and surprised the audience, who seemed to think there was all the spirit of spectacle. Sar crushed her orb between her hands, and just like that, the match was underway. Oh boy. We're starting! Focus, scolded Alucard. I am focusing, said Lila, holding her hands onto the either side of the oil. You're not. Remember, magic is like the ocean. Yeah, grumbled Lila. Waves. When waves go the same way, he lectured, ignoring her commentary. They build. When they collide, they cancel. Right, so I want to build the wave. No, said Alucard. Just let the power pass through you. Issa brushed against her. The spire rocked slightly with the sea. Her arms ached from holding them aloft, a bead of oil in each palm. It was her first lesson, and she was already failing. You're not trying. Go to hell. Don't fight it. Don't force it. Be an open door. What happened to waves? Muttered Lila. Alucard ignored her. All elements are inherently connected. He rambled on while struggling to summon fire. She struggled to summon fire. I have to rewatch the what? Pop has to go out? Oh, no! Well, definitely, like always, I will make the entire stream available as a highlight afterwards immediately, and I will send the link in the Discord. Don't leave without me here. I'll probably be here for a bit. I don't know how much more I will read. I don't know exactly how long the chapter is. Lily raid out later. Yeah, we're definitely gonna raid out to Lily. Okay, all elements are inherently connected. He rambled on while she struggled to summon fire. 5 slices, I heard. Oh no. Regret. It's always like that though. It's so good you don't want to stop and then you overdo it, but it was worth it. Cinnamon, hey, how's it going? Thank you for the hydrate. Ugh. You could share. I wish I could. Make sure to not die. Hydrate. As I will. I already had an entire like energy drink, a cup of tea, and some water. So I'm definitely fairly hydrated here. But since I'm using my voice so much, it's probably for the best that I do. Right. There's no hard line between one and the next. Instead, they exist on a spectrum, bleeding into one another. It's about finding which part of that spectrum pulls at you the strongest. Fire bleeds into air, which bleeds into water, which bleeds into earth, which bleeds into metal, which bleeds into bone. And magic? He crinkled his brow as if he didn't understand. Magic is in everything. Lila flexed her hands, focusing on the tension in the fingers, because she needed to focus on something. Taiga, taiga, burning bright. Nothing. You're trying too hard. Lila let out an exasperated sound. I thought I wasn't trying hard enough. It's a balance, and your grip is too tight. I'm not even touching it. Of course you are. You're just not using your hands. You're exerting force, but force isn't the same as will. You're seizing a thing when you need only cradle it. You're trying to control the element. But it doesn't work like that. Not really. It's more of a conversation. Question and answer. Call and response. So wait, is it waves or doors or conversations? It can be anything you like. You're a wretched teacher. I warned you. If you're not up to it, shut up, I'm concentrating. You can't glare magic into happening. Lila took a steadying breath. She tried to focus on the way fire felt, imagined the heat against her palms. But that didn't work either. Instead, she drew up the memories of Kel, of Holland, of the way the air changed when they did magic. The prickle, the pulse. She thought of holding the black stone, summoning its power, the vibration between her blood and the bones, and something else, something deeper. Something strange and impossible, and at the same time utterly familiar. Her fingertips began to burn, not with heat, but with something stranger. Something warm and cool, rough and smooth and alive. Tiger, tiger, burning bright, she whispered silently, and an instant later, the fire came to life against her palms. She didn't need to see what she'd done. She could feel it, not only the heat, but the power swimming beneath it. Lila was officially a magician. And now we're this, I guess that was like a little flashback to Lila first starting out. Now we're cutting back to the fight starting. Lila was still trying to wrangle the fire into shape when Sar's first ball of earth, it was basically a rock, slammed into her shoulder. The burst of light was sharp and fleeting as the plate broke. The pain lingered. There was no time to react. Another mass came hurtling toward her, and Lila spun out of Sar's line of attack, ducking behind a pillar an instant before the earth shattered against it, raining pebbles onto the arena floor. Thinking she had time before the next attack, Lila continued around the pillar, prepared to strike, and was caught in the chest by a spear of earth, crushing the central plate. The blow slammed her back into a boulder, and her spine struck the rock with brutal force, 2 more plates shattering as she gasped and fell onto her hands and knees. 4 plates lost in a matter of seconds. The Veskin made a chuckling sound, low and guttural, and before Lila even had to get upright, let alone retaliate, another ball of earth struck her at the shin, cracking a 5th plate and sending her back to her knees. Lila rolled to her feet, swearing viciously, the words lost beneath the cheers and chants and snapping pennants. A puddle of fire continued to burn on this oil-slick ground. Lila shoved against it with her will, sending a river of flame towards Sar. It barely grazed the Veskin, the heat licking harmlessly against the armor. Lila cursed and dove behind a barrier. The Veskin said something taunting, but Lila continued to hide. Think. She'd spend all day watching the matches, making notes of the moves everyone made the way they played. She'd scraped together secrets, the chinks in players' armor, the tells in their game, and she'd learned on one very important thing: everyone played by the rules. Well, as far as Lila could tell, but Lila could tell there weren't that many, aside from the obvious, no touching. But those competitors, they were like performers. They didn't play dirty. They didn't fight like it really mattered. Sure, they wanted to win, wanted to make the glory and the prize. But they didn't fight like their lives were on the line. There was too much bravado and too little fear. They moved with the confidence of knowing a bell would chime, a whistle would blow, the match would end, and they would still be safe. Real fights didn't work that way. Delilah Bart had never been in a fight that didn't matter. Her eyes flicked around the arena and landed on the judge's platform. The man himself had stepped back, leaving the ledge open. It stood above the arena, but not by much. She could reach it. Lila drew the fire in and tight around, ready to strike. And then she turned, mounted the wall, and jumped. She made it, just barely. The crowd gasping in surprise as she landed on the platform and spun towards Sar. I think so. It's definitely a Pokemon one. I don't know which one, but it's like a gaming video, like lo-fi gaming beats playlist. So it would make sense. There could be like some Pokemon stuff in there. There was some Mario stuff, Zelda stuff in there as well. I think the Pokemon Center theme is in there as well, for sure. Okay. She made it, just barely. The crowd gasping in surprise as she landed on the platform and spun towards Sar. And sure enough, the Veskin hesitated. Hitting the crowds was clearly not allowed. But there was no rule about standing in front of them. That hitched moment was all Lila needed. Sar didn't attack, and Lila did. A comet of fire launching from each hand. Don't fight it, don't force it, be an open door. But Lila didn't feel like an open door. She felt like a magnifying glass, amplifying whatever strange magic burned inside her, so that when it met the fire, the force was its own explosion. The comets twisted and arced through the air, colliding into Sar from different angles. One she blocked. The other crashed against her side, shattering the 3 plates that ran from hip to shoulder. Lila grinned like a fool as the crowd erupted. A flash of gold above her caught her eye. At some point, the prince had arrived to watch. Alucard stood in the stands below him, and on her own level. The judge in white was storming forward. Before he could call foul, Lila leapt from the platform back to the boulder. Unfortunately, Sar had recovered, both from her surprise and the hit. And as Lila's foot hit the outcropping, a projectile of earth slammed into her shoulder, breaking a 6th piece of armor and knocking her off the edge. As she fell back, she flipped with feline grace and landed in a crouch. Sar braced herself for an attack as soon as Lila's boots struck stone, which was why Lila launched a fire before she landed. The meteor caught the Veskin's shin, shattering another plate. 4-6. Lila was catching up. She rolled behind a barrier to recover as Sar stretched out her thick fingers, and the earth strewn across the arena shuddered and drew itself back toward her. Lila saw a large clod of dirt and dropped to one knee, fingers curling around the earth the moment before Sar's invisible force took hold and pulled, hot enough to draw the element, and Lila with it. She didn't let go, boots sliding along the smooth stone floor as Sar reeled her in without realizing it. Lila herself still hidden by the various obstacles. The boulders and columns and walls ended, and the instant they did, Sar saw Lila, saw her let go of the ball of earth, now coated in flame. It careened back toward the Veskin, driven first by her pull and then by Lila's will, crashing into her chest and shattering 2 more plates. Good, now we're even. Damn! Lila going hard! Sar attacked again, and Lila dodged casually. Or at least she meant to, but her boot held fast to the floor. And she looked down to see a band of earth turned hard and dark as rock and fused to the ground. Sar's teeth flashed in a grin behind her mask, and it was all Lila could do to get her arms up in time to block the next attack. Pain rang through her like a tuning fork as the plates across her stomach, hip, and thigh all shattered. Lila tasted blood and hoped she'd simply bitten her tongue. She was 1 plate shy of losing the whole damn thing, and Sar was gearing up to strike again. And the earth that pinned her boot was still holding firm. Lila couldn't pull her foot free, and her fire was scattered across the arena, dying right along with her chances. Her heart raced, and her head spun, the noise in the arena drowning everything as Tsar's ultimate attack crashed toward Lila. There was no point in blocking, so she threw out her hands, heat scorching the air as she drew the last of her fire into a shield. Protect me, she thought, abandoning poetry and spell in favor of supplication. She didn't expect it to work, but it did. A wave of energy swept down her arms, meeting the meager flame, and an instant later, the fire exploded in front of her. A wall of flame erupted, dividing the arena and rendering Tsar a shadow on the opposite side, her earthen attack burning to ash. Lila's eyes widened behind her mask. She'd never spoken to the magic, not directly. Sure, she'd cursed at it and grumbled and asked a slew of rhetorical questions, but she'd never commanded it, not the way Kel did with blood, not the way she had with the stone. Before she discovered the cost. If the fire claimed the prize, she couldn't feel it yet. Her pulse was raging in the heat in her head, and as her muscles ached and her thoughts raced, and a wall of flame burned merrily before her. Fire licked her outstretched fingers, the heat brushing her skin but never settling long enough to burn. Lila didn't try to be a wave or a door. She simply pushed, not with force but with will, and a wall of fire shot forward, barreling towards Tsar. To Lila, the whole thing seemed to take forever. She didn't understand why Tsar was standing still, not until time snapped back into focus, and she realized that the wall's appearance, its transformation, had been the work of an instant. The fire twisted in on itself like a handkerchief drawn through a hand. As it launched towards Tsar, compressing, gaining force and heat and speed. The Veskin was many things, but she wasn't fast. Not as fast as Lila, and definitely not as fast as fire. She got her arms up, but couldn't block the blast. It shattered every remaining plate across her front in a blaze of light. Tsar tumbled forward, the wood of her mask singed, and at last the earth crumbled around Lila's boot, releasing her. The match was over, and she had won. Lila's legs went weak, and she fought the urge to sink to the stone-cold floor. Sweat streamed down her neck, and her hands were scraped raw. Her head buzzed with energy, and she knew that as soon as the high faded, everything would hurt like hell. But right now, she felt incredible, invincible. Tsar got to her feet, took a step forward toward her, and held out a hand that swallowed Lila's when she took it. Then, the Veskin vanished into her tunnel, and Lila turned toward the royal platform to offer the prince a bow. The gesture caught halfway when she saw Kel at Rai's shoulder, looking wind-blown and flushed. Lila managed to finish the bow, one hand folded against her heart. The prince applauded. Kel only cocked his head. And then, she was ushered out on a wave of cheers and the echo of "Stasyon! Stasyon! Stasyon!" Lila crossed the arena with slow, even steps, escaping into the darkened corridor. And there she sunk to her knees and laughed until her chest hurt. With that, part 5 ends. What a match! Holy shit. Lila's insane. Holy shit. She got quite the magic inside of her. Fucking crazy. That big firewall that just surrounded the Veskin. Fucking hell. Keep in mind, she's from Grey London. Gosh, right? It's crazy. I think we can finish this chapter, and then we could probably end for today. And then next week we can finish the book. Cause like it's 5:30. Holy fuck! It's 5:30. Fucking dying. Who ate all this pizza? I don't know. I guess look in the mirror. Go to the treadmill. That mirror bitch, right? Imagine. She always is there. She's always there. Always at the wrong times. Alright, pot 6. She's a problematic and so hot. I don't know, Slothy. Welcome back, Abby. You missed the fight. Lila's fight is over. She won. But oh my god, that was an insane fight. But you literally just missed it. And the next chapter starts with, "You missed quite a match," said Rai. Stasio and Elsa had vanished and the stadium began to empty. The first round was over. 36 had become 18, and tomorrow 18 would become 9. "Sorry," said Kel. "It's been a busy day." Rai swung his arm around his brother's shoulders and then winced. "Did you have to get that last blow through?" He whispered beneath the sounds of the crowd. Kel shrugged. "I wanted to give the people a show." But he was smiling. "You better put that grin away," chided Rai. "If anyone sees you beaming like that, they'll think you've gone mad." Kel tried to wrestle his features into their usual stern order and lost. He couldn't help it. The last time he felt this alive, someone was trying to kill him. His body ached in a dozen different places. He'd lost 6 plates of the Pharaoh's to the Pharaoh's 10. It was far harder than he thought it would be, using only one element. Normally, he let the lines between them blur, drawing on whichever he needed, knowing he could reach for any. And they would answer. In the end, it had taken Kel's half Kel's focus not to break the rules. But he'd done it. Wow. So that's how it is. I see. Like that. All right. Rai's arm fell away, and he nodded at the arena floor where the Arnesian had been. That one might give the others a run for their money. I thought the odds were in Alucard's favor. Oh, they still are, but this one's something. You should see his next match, if you can find the time. I checked my schedule. A man cleared his throat. Your Highness, Master Cal. It was Rai's guard toners. He led their escort out of the stadium, and staff fell in step behind them, on the way to the palace. It had only been hours since Kel left, but he felt like a different man. The walls weren't as suffocating, and even the looks didn't bother him as much. It had felt so good to fight. The exhilaration was paired with a strange relief. I'm having a food baby. Oh god. Congratulations. It felt so good to fight. The exhilaration was paired with a strange relief. A loosening in his limbs and chest. Like a craving sated. For the first time in months, he was able to stretch his power. Not all away, of course, and every moment he was constantly aware of the need for discretion, disguise. But it was something he desperately needed. "You're coming tonight, of course," said Rai as they climbed the stairs to the royal hall. "To the ball." "Another one?" complained Kel. "Doesn't it get tiresome?" "The politics are exhausting, but the company can be pleasant. And I can't hide you from Cora forever." "Talk of exhausting," muttered Kel as they reached their hall. He stopped at his room while Rai continued toward the room with the gold inlaid R at the end. "The sacrifices we make," Rai called back. Kel rolled his eyes as the prince disappeared. He brought his hand to his own door and paused. A bruise was coming out against his wrist. He could feel the other places he'd been hit coloring beneath his clothes. He couldn't wait for tomorrow's match. He pushed open the door, and he was already shrugging out of his coat when he saw the king standing at his balcony doors looking out through the frosted glass. Kel's spirits sank. "Sir," he said gingerly. "Kel," said the king in a way of greeting. His attention went to Staff, who stood in the doorway. "Please wait outside." And then to Kel, "Sit." Kel lowered himself onto a sofa, his bruises suddenly feeling less like victories and more like traitors. "Is something wrong?" asked Kel when they were alone. "No," said the king, "but I've been thinking about what you said this morning." "This morning?" "This morning was years away." "About what, sir?" "About your proximity to Rai during the Ascentage. With so many foreigners flooding the city, I'd prefer you kept to the palace." Uh-oh. Kel's chest tightened. "Have I done something wrong? Am I being punished?" King Maxime shook his head. "I'm not doing this to punish you. I'm doing this to protect Rai." I have turned the redeem off for today for the stream. But I could say, like, may our friendship last forever. Which would be, möge unsere Freundschaft für immer halten. Or auf ewig halten. Möge unsere Freundschaft auf ewig halten. Where was I? King Maxime shook his head. I'm not... Okay. Maxime shook his head. "I'm not doing this to punish you. I'm doing it to protect Rai." "Your Majesty, I'm the one who protects Rai. If anything were to..." "But Rai doesn't need your protection," cut in the king. "Not anymore. The only way to keep him safe is to keep you safe." Kel's mouth went dry. "Come, Kel," continued the king. "You can't care that much. If I haven't seen you at the tournament all day." Kel shook his head. "That's not the point. This isn't..." "The central arena is visible from the palace balconies. You can watch the tournament from here." The king set a golden ring the size of his palm on the table. "You can even listen to it." Kel opened his mouth, but the protest died on his tongue. He swallowed and clenched his hand. "Very well, sir," he said, pushing to his feet. "Am I banished from the balls too?" "No," said the king, ignoring the edge in Kel's voice. "We keep track of all those who come and go. I see no reason to keep you from those, so long as you are careful. Besides, we wouldn't want our guests to wonder where you are." "Of course," murmured Kel. As soon as the king was gone, Kel crossed into a small room off the main chamber and shut the door. Candles came to life on the shelf walls, and by their light he could see the back of the door. its wood marked by a dozen symbols, each a portal to another place in London. It would be so easy to go. They could not keep him. Kel drew his knife and cut a shallow line against his arm. When the blood welled, he touches his fingers to the cut, but instead of tracing an existing symbol, he drew a fresh mark on a bare stretch of wood, a vertical bar with two horizontal accents, one on top leading right, one on the bottom leading left. The symbol he'd made on Kamarov's tent in the morning. Kel had no intention of missing the tournament, but if a lie would ease the king's mind, so be it. As far as breaking the king's trust, it didn't matter. The king hadn't trusted him in months. Kel smiled grimly at the door and went to join his brother. And that's the end of part 6. Which dialect do you use most? I know there are several. Like my dialect in German, I would say like I'm speaking like a fairly standard, like German, which is like called the High German, which is like the standard ones everybody really learns. But I'm from like a more harsher, like gruffy Western area, West area. So we do have a little bit of a harsher tone to some of our words and some other words, obviously, as well. It's a very harsh, direct German. If I would really go into the dialect, but I barely even speak and like really go with that dialect. I just talk normally. No! Oh god. Okay. So the last bit right now is back to White London. No more tournament stuff, no more politics. Or I guess maybe more politics in White London. But we're done with the tournament for today, I guess. The first day of the tournament is over. Now we're cutting back to White London and then wrapping things up. Alright. Part 7. Again, we are now back in White London. Oika stood beneath the trees, wiping the blood from her knives. She'd spent the morning patrolling the streets of Kosik, her old stomping ground, where trouble still flared like fires through the dry fields. Holland said it was to be expected that change would always bring unrest, but Oika was less forgiving. Her blades found the throats of traitors and disbelievers, silencing their dissent one voice at a time. They didn't deserve to be part of this new world. Oika holstered the weapons and breathed deeply. The castle grounds, once littered with statues, were now filled with trees, each blossoming despite the winter chill. For as long as Oika could remember, her world had smelled like ash and blood. But now it smelled of fresh air and fallen leaves, of forests and raging fires, of life and death, of sweet and damp and clean, of promise, of change, of power. Her hand drifted to the nearest tree, and when she placed her palm flat against the trunk, she could feel a pulse. She didn't know if it was hers, or the king's, or the tree's. Holland had told her that it was the pulse of the world. That when magic behaved the way it should, it belonged to no one and everyone, nothing and everything. It was a shared thing. Oika didn't understand that, but she wanted to. The bark was rough, and when she chipped away a piece with her nail, she was surprised to see the wood beneath mottled with the silver threads of spellwork. A bird cawed overhead, and Oika drew nearer. But before she could examine the tree, she felt the pulse of heat burning her eye. The king's voice humming through her head, resonant and welcome. "Come to me," he said. Oika's hand fell away from the tree. She was surprised to find her king alone. Holland was sitting forward on his throne, elbows on knees, and head bowed over a silver bowl, its surface brimming with twisting smoke. She held her breath when she realized he was in the middle of a spell. The king's hands were raised to either side of the bowl, his face a mask of concentration. His mouth was a firm line, but shadows moved through both of his eyes, coiling through the black of the left one before overtaking the green on the right. The shadows were alive, snaking through his sight as the smoke did in the bowl, where it coiled around something she couldn't see. Lines of light traced themselves like lightning through the darkness, and Oika's skin prickled with the strength of the magic before this spell finished. The air before her shivered, and everything went still. The king's hands fell away from the bowl, but several long moments passed before the living darkness retreated from the king's right eye, leaving a vivid emerald in its wake. "Your Majesty," said Oika carefully. He did not look up. "Holland?" At this, his head rose. For an instant, his two-toned gaze was strangely empty, his focus far away, and then it sharpened. And then she felt the weight of his attention settle on her. "Oika," he said, in a smooth, reverberating way. "You summoned me?" "I did." He stood and gestured to the floor beside the days. That was when she saw the bodies. There were two of them, swept aside like dirt, and to be fair, they looked less like corpses than like crumpling piles of ash. Flesh withered black on bone frames, bodies contorted as if in pain. What was left of hands raised to what was left of throats. One looked much worse than the other. She didn't know what had happened to them. Wasn't sure she wanted to know. And yet she felt compelled to ask. The question tumbled out, her voice tearing the quiet. "Calculations," answered the king about almost to himself. "I was mistaken. I thought the collar was too strong, but it is not. The people were just too weak." Dread spread through Oika, like a chill as her attention returned to the silver bowl. "Collar?" Holland reached inside the bowl. For an instant, something in him seemed to recoil, resist the motion, but the king persisted, and as he did, shadows spilled over his skin, up his fingers, his hands, his wrists, becoming a pair of black gloves, smooth and strong. Their surfaces subtly patterned with spellwork. Protection from whatever waited in the dark. From the depths of the silver bowl, the king withdrew a circlet of dark metal, hinged on one side, symbols etched and glowing on its surface. Oika tried to read the markings, but her vision kept slipping, unable to find purchase. The space inside the circlet seemed to swallow light, energy, the air within turning pale and colorless, and as thin as paper. There was something wrong with that metal collar, wrong in a way that bent the world around it. And that wrongness plucked at Oika's senses, made her feel dizzy and ill. Holland turned the circlet in his gloved hands, as if inspecting a piece of craftsmanship. "It must be strong enough," he said. Blame Google, let me see. Freunde war es, der so herzlich in Carses Chat aufgenommen hat, immer ein freundliches Wort hatte, wenn ich niedergeschlagen, nicht in guter Stimmung war. Okay, the end is a bit choppy. It's a bit wrong, but it's fine. I understand the message. You're so sweet, Abby. Stop it. Thank you. I appreciate it. And I'm glad to have found such great people here as well. That always like to come back into the streams, chat with me. I'm just here playing my silly games, reading silly books. You're the ones that always come back, which is not a given. But I very much appreciate it. All right. There's a reason we come back. Yeah, I guess. Oika braved a step forward. Wait. You summoned me, she repeated, her attention flicking from the corpses to the king. Obviously doing something right. I guess. I mean, as long as it makes you guys feel great, and you enjoy the company and have fun, that's all that matters to me. Much money into this, I need to come back. You guys are too sweet. Now shall we finish the last, like, how many pages are there? 3 pages. I'll give you my pizza. That's real friendship. True. You only share pizza with true friends. Let's finish those 3 last pages. Then we can talk a bit more. Oika braved a step forward. You summoned me, she repeated, her attention flicking from the corpses to the king. Yes, he said, looking up. I need to know if it works. Fear prickled through her, the old, instinctual bite of panic. She held her ground. Your Majesty, do you trust me? Oika tensed. Trust. Trust was a hard-won thing in a world like theirs. A world where people starved for magic and killed for power. Oika had stayed alive so long by blade and trick and bald distrust. It was true that things were changing now because of Holland, but fear and caution still whispered warnings. Oika. He considered her levelly, with eyes of emerald and ink. I trust you. Damn, it's been so long already? That's crazy. I trust you, she said, forcing the words out, making them real before they could climb back down her throat. Then come here. Holland held up the collar as if it were a crown, and Oika felt herself recoil. No, she had earned this place beside him. She had earned her power, been strong enough to survive the transfer, the test. She had proven herself worthy. Beneath her skin, the magic tapped out its strong and steady beat. She wasn't ready to let go, to relinquish the power and return to being an ordinary cutthroat, or worse, she thought, glancing at the bodies. Come here. This time the command rang through her head, pulled on muscle, bone, and magic. Oika's feet moved forward, 1 step, 2, 3, until she was standing right before the king. Her king. He had given her so much, and he had yet to claim his prize. No boon came without a cost. She would have paid him in blood. If this was the cost, Whatever this was, then so be it. Holland lowered the collar. His hands were so sure, his eyes so steady. She should have bowed her head, but instead, she held his gaze. And there she found balance and calm. There, she felt safe. All right, very quickly. Hey, Enzo. I hope you're doing well. We have only 2 pages left for today, and then the chapter ends. And we continue next week, probably finishing the book. So we can move on to the book I haven't read. Ah, I appreciate it, Enzo. I hope you had a good day. So I guess next week will be the finale of the book, because we have like about 150 pages left after this, I think. And then the metal closed around her throat. The first thing she felt was the sharp cold of metal on skin. Surprise, but not pain. I was listening to this while taking a shower. Can read that now. I mean, we finished the other book in like 11 hours with 150 pages left, so it's about the same, I guess. We'll see. Welcome back as always. I didn't get notified this time. It's always for the reading streams, at least, it's always gonna be Sunday, 5 p.m. EST every week. I will try and make this like a. I'm gonna try and make this like a words are hard. I try to make this like a constant thing every week. Maybe like 1 week it's not going to be a book, but I will definitely I'll definitely stream Sundays 5 p.m. EST every week, or at least I try to. All right. Then the cold sharpened into a knife. It slid under her skin, tore her open, magic spilling like blood from the wounds. Oika gasped and staggered to her knees as eyes shot through her head and down into her chest. Frozen spikes splaying through muscle and flesh, bone and marrow. Cold, gnawing and rending, and then gone. And in its wake, nothing. Over here. I feel that though, my old phone never really liked to show notifications. But yeah, I will try, like if something else comes in between, maybe I will have to like sit out a Sunday. But I would at least try to make a Sunday like a regular thing. Don't always have to be a book. Some weeks we might just like play some games. Maybe we have like a just chatting, like reaction, or I'm gonna tell some things and a stream. But definitely I try to make Sunday a regular occasion around the same time. Okay. And in its wake, nothing. Oika doubled over. Fingers clamped uselessly around the metal collar as she let out an animal groan. The world looked wrong, pale and thin and empty, and she felt severed from it, from herself, from her king. It was like losing a limb. None of the pain, but all of the wrongness. A vital piece of her cut away so fast she could feel the space where it had been, where it should be. And then she realized what it was. The loss of a sense, like sight or sound or touch. Magic. She couldn't feel its hum, couldn't feel its strength. It had been everywhere, a constant presence from her bones to the air around her body. And it was suddenly, horribly, gone. The veins on her hands were beginning to lighten, from black to pale blue, and in the reflection of the polished stone floor, she could see the dark emblem on the king's mark retreating across her brow and cheek, withdrawing until it was nothing but a smudge in the center of her yellow eyes. Oika had always had a temper, quick to flame, her power surging with her mood. But now, as panic and fear tore through her, nothing rose to match it. She couldn't stop shaking, couldn't drag herself from the shock and terror and fear. She was weak, empty, flesh and blood and nothing more. And it was terrible. Please, she whispered to the throne room floor, while Holland stood over her watching. Please, my king, I have always been loyal. I will always be loyal. Please. Holland knelt before her and took her chin up in his gloved hand, guiding it gently up. She could see the magic swirling in his eyes, but she couldn't feel it in his touch. Tell me, he said, what do you feel? The word escaped in a shudder. I can't feel anything. The king smiled grimly then. Please, whispered Oika, hating the word. You chose me. The king's thumb brushed her chin. I chose you, he said, his fingers slipping down her throat. And I still do. An instant later, the collar was gone. Oika gasped, magic flooding back like air into his starved veins. A welcome pain, bright and vivid and alive. She tipped her head against the cold stone. Thank you, she whispered, watching the mark trace its way through her eyes, across her brow and cheek. Thank you. It took her several long seconds to get to her feet, but she forced herself up as Holland returned the horrible collar to its silver bow, the gloves melting from his fingers into shadow around the metal. Your Majesty, said Oika, hating the quiver in her voice. Who is this collar for? Holland brought his fingers to his heart, his expression unreadable. An old friend. If that was for a friend, she thought. What does Holland do to enemies? Go, he said, returning to his throne. Recover your strength. You're going to need it. And that's the end of the chapter. Holy shit. That collar. Wait, you want that collar just strips away all the magic? The way he said this as well, with like, for an old friend, while grabbing onto his heart, where the pipe lodged through his body. You know who that collar is for. And considering it can strip someone of all magic. Ooh. So we have two big cliffhangers now. We have the cliffhanger of Holland and the collar, and how does the tournament continue, and what will Kel do now, basically, technically being trapped to the palace. Man, I love this book. And again, I have read this one as well, the second one, Gathering of Shadows. But A Conjuring of Light, the third one, I've only read like maybe the first like 40 to 50 pages. So at some point, we will completely go in blind Not just for me, but also for you. I want Kel to fight Alucard so fucking bad. That would be insane. Or Kel vs. Lila. Oh, that would be so good. Alright. All I'm gonna say, Chapter 9 for next week has the title Collision Course. We are now at page 393, and the book has a total of about 506. 508. So yeah, we have about like 110, 120 pages, something like that, until we're done with the book, which we can probably finish next week. I'm happy to see you guys be so excited and involved into the book as well, because it's such a good book. We always derail. That is true. But most of the time it's also just me trailing off and going on tangents. And I don't mind answering the questions if I can. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't know who that certain someone might be.